Good evening. Good evening and welcome to this, the July 24th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all of the members of the council are present and accounted for. I ask that you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We don't have any proclamations tonight. We've had a number of those lately. Okay, no proclamations or presentations. Moving on to the Citizens Forum. These are items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action on these items, and we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. I have Jason Bezos and David McGuigan. Mr. Bezos. Oh, there he is.
Your city attorney, your clerk is very efficient.
Yes, she is.
Processing. Good evening. I'm Jason Bezos. I'm here, first of all, to express concern about the ongoing destruction of historic resources in Livermore. Just this past month, there are 15 resources in the downtown specific plan that are National Historic Resources, and this current council has destroyed the historic integrity of 2 of them, referring to the train depot, which the historic train depot, which your Gervegzia Architecture, your own city consultant, said is destroying the integrity with the project, and also the Wagner Winery. And about the Wagner Winery, I'm asking tonight for you to please reconsider your vote to demolish at the last council meeting on July 10th. I've submitted a letter. I'll give it to Ms. Neer. I submitted by email this afternoon the reasons why. Also seeking to reverse the votes to downgrade historic status and also to approve the CEQA. As I noted in the letter, and I noted in my numerous documents I submitted for the record for CEQA, there are serious procedural inadequacies with how it was handled, how the CEQA process was handled. The notice that appeared in the newspaper and also the notice that I and others received, it said the reports would be at the city library. They were not at the city library. I've checked with the city library. They did not put them on the internet. They apparently never received them for this June-July period, comment period. So that's disturbing. And also, neither of the websites, there are 2 different websites that were listed. One was in the East Bay Times, the other again in the notice. The documents were not in there. That also was documented as part of my process. They were not placed on that website. And also, as I noted, that there on page 27, there was a reference to some February documents. Those February 27 attachments, the February attachments were not included. And as I've also said before, the city's consultant, Ms. DeShazo, gave a shoddy analysis. She failed to do any of the essential physical features analysis. It's in National Register Bulletin 15, including comparisons to comparable properties such as the Underdog Wine Bar, the historic Kincannon Winery, which is also a squat brick building with vines growing on it. Again, the essential physical features should have been looked at. I'm also concerned also about a 1950s industrial operation that occurred was conducted at the parcel. And I submitted a comment on that, and I want to make sure that that's looked into because inflammable chemicals could be a concern as this building is demolished if they were in fact were handled there. And also, again, the big mystery that 1988 his city historic resources evaluation photo showed at least 2 other buildings. What happened to those buildings? There's nothing in the record. I submitted a public records request. There's no record of a demolition. There's no record of a certificate of appropriateness review. There's a vague reference to fires happening, but I wanted the specific date when these fires happened because those were relied on, for instance, Shazer, to say that the complex, the other industrial buildings were gone, so therefore you couldn't save the remaining one. And also, again, I do not like the precedence being set for the potential public safety danger. That is what this council used, claiming that was a public benefit of community-wide regional significance. Potential public safety danger is vague and ambiguous. And also when you visit the property, you'll see, Mr. Coomer, you could wheel your wheelchair in there. The fence, there's no fence. There need to be security measures there. The code enforcement project needs to take action. Look at the photos that are in my document. There need to be warning signs posted, a high fence put around there to secure the property if it is so dangerous. So again, I'll submit this letter to Ms. Neer, and I thank you again, and I hope you again will reconsider your votes. Exhausting administrative revenues here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bezos. David McGuigan.
Well, now we know just what type of person our mayor is. After telling me to take my questions to the chief, he turns around and declares that they will not answer my questions. Of course, I knew they never were going to answer my questions because Officer Christian Starr committed deliberate perjury when he testified he didn't talk to me for the first 40 minutes, when in reality he had my signed statement by that point. Now, Perry Mason here thinks I should have made these arguments at my trial. Given that they offered a deal that dropped all the charges that were directly attributable to the officer's lies, there's not a competent lawyer in the world that would recommend going to trial to fight charges they've offered to drop. Of course, I would expect Perry to recommend it. You know, it's a statistical fact that 50% of all lawyers graduate in the bottom half of their class. I used to wonder what happened to them until I became aware of our city attorney. I used to think, what's the worst that could happen? He might screw up a few city contracts, but so what? Then I realized he's probably the one who's provided the legal justification for the police lying. It's okay to lie because they can always go to trial.
Excuse me.
I have to believe he's
Just a
probably
moment, please,
resulted in
Mr.
hundreds,
McGuigan,
if not
Mr. McGuigan,
thousands.
point of order. Mr. Alcala, I just have a level of discomfort here about making statements that the deliberate perjury and so I just would like your review on this. We can hold the time.
Susan? Very good. So in response, we've talked about this previously with regard to the comments being made at the lectern. We are a public agency. We have to accept comments that may not be necessarily flattering. The comments by Mr. McGuigan directed at me don't bother me. Okay,
I just want to make sure that we haven't stepped over the line of slander or libel.
My skin's thicker than this. I'm fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We will. You got an extra 20 seconds there. Sister McGuigan, continue, please.
Okay, so I've realized that he's probably resulted in hundreds, if not thousands of people having their rights trampled on. So it's not the best being the city attorney. In fact, it's the wrong job. He can cause way too much damage. Now, you made it clear you're not going to answer further, which is ridiculous given that you haven't answered in the first place. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop asking. Officer Christian Starr stated in his professional opinion was that the man did not leave a place of safety and entered the roadway dangerously. Officer Christian Starr testified he directly observed the man leave a place of safety and suddenly run into the path of my vehicle when there was significantly less than the minimum safe stopping distance between us, directly contradicting his professional opinion. Part of my complaint is that the officer's testimony contradicts his professional opinion. Upon questioning the chief about this, he lied and denied the officer's testimony. Of course, he had no answer when I challenged his lies. And given the numerous opportunities to provide a simple explanation as how his testimony doesn't contradict his opinion, it's clear you have none. You support the police when they lie and manipulate evidence. You rush to the defense of sexual predators, and now you are intervening in a child abuse case. It shouldn't be necessary to tell you this. It's not your job to defend the abuses of the police. They have their union attorneys for that. As an elected official, it's actually your job to defend the public from those abuses. So, John Marchant, mayor of Lyingmore, since you, yourself, and your city attorney and your chief of police, you cannot come up with a simple explanation of how the officer didn't contradict himself, and since these events certainly did occur, just how can my complaint be unfounded? And let me take one more opportunity to remind you that Officer Christian Starr committed deliberate perjury when he testified he didn't talk to me for the first 40 minutes, when in reality, he had my signed statement by that point. And you can be sure I can say it because it's not slander.
Mr. Alcala, there was a statement made that the city of Livermore is interfering in a child abuse case. Are you familiar with anything, or are you aware of something like that?
Not in that context, but I believe I know what Mr. McGuigan's referring to. The district attorney in a particular case involving former officer Dan Black filed what's called a pitches motion with the city of Livermore. That is a motion to receive documents that are protected by the penal code that are in his particular file. That's a regular motion. We get those quite regularly for all officers. And whenever the criminal defendant has an opportunity, they can bring that motion and file it with the city. We receive that motion, we reply to that particular motion. We have to do in the due course of all type of motions involving our police department and police officers. If that's what he's referring to, yes, we did that for that gentleman just like we've done for all police officers.
However, there was no child abuse alleged in that case.
There was not. There was an allegation of prostitution. but that's neither here nor there. The issue is, do we have a process? Yes, we do not get to pick and choose between the officers. We defend them all equally.
But there was no child abuse involved. Thank you. That's
That
what I
was
just
not-
wanted to confirm. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. We have a couple of cards for consent. What I'd like to do, well, first off, I'll ask, do any of the council members wish to have any of the items pulled for discussion?
I'd like to pull 413.
Okay, 413, by the most amazing coincidence, I have some cards on that, so we
Okay.
will be discussing that. And I also have a card for 418. So what I'd like is a motion on 4.01 to 4.12, and then 4.14 to 4.17.
Well, I grabbed the mic first, so I'll make the motion for the consent calendar excluding 413 and 418. How's that?
Yes, okay, that's even easier. Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Simplifying, okay. Motion made by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Coomber. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Okay, so I'm going to open the comment period for 4.13. We have Todd Barnes, Bob Johnston, and Andrew Williamson. So, Mr. Barnes, Todd Barnes, please.
Mind if Andrew Williamson goes first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Go for it. Nobody else stepped up? Okay. Mr. Williamson.
Hi, I'm Andrew Williamson. I'm a communication consultant with Maverick Networks, and we're here to protest the staff report for 4.13 because it claims false information in the award to Advantel and is not in the best interest of the city. For roughly 9 years, we've been waiting for the opportunity to bid on the support for the Mitel infrastructure for the city. Finally, in May, we had the opportunity to do so. The fact that the RFP was released after a good amount of time was good for the city, brings in some competition, make sure you're getting fair pricing for that, and since every dollar spent is so precious to the city's budget. We know this firsthand since many clients in municipalities and government sectors. The staff report's full of false information. I'll highlight a few of these items here for you today. One, it states that the cost analysis revealed comparable costs, which is false. Advantel's 3-year cost was $112,790. Maverick Network's 3-year cost was $52,996, so roughly $60,000 less over that term. Number 2, it states Advantel provided broad, inclusive services, which again is false. Their bid was the same as Maverick Networks. It's a standard maintenance agreement which supports all software, parts, and service labor. It states that Maverick's bid provided very basic software assurance, which again is false. If you review our RFP submittal, you'll see that we covered everything listed in the RFP as per the specs that were requested, so it's very apples to apples to what was seen. It also mentions that time material charges for Maverick Networks would be required. The RFP requested maintenance agreement, and that's exactly what we bid. The Advantel bid was the exact same as far as coverage goes, and if you refer to their Appendix A, which is on page 257 of the report, it even states that all the work outside of the scope described above will be billed at a time and material hourly rates. So it says staff averaged the past 5 years of work orders, and Maverick bid that Maverick bid would not cover. The time and materials charges would occur for either first scope for anything outside of the original scope. So where is the comparison worksheet to validate the financial increase to Maverick's 3-year pricing? So what we're requesting from the council is, before entering into this 3-year deal, review the extra costs that are here for the city of Livermore of roughly $60,000 or 113%, and truly compare both the bids. What we think we'll see if you take an independent and non-biased view is like bids, and also request that you review the cost comparison matrix that was performed of all this time and material work. This was written up in the discussion, but no factual data was provided to substantiate the cost increase tagged only to the Maverick Networks bid. So to add to all of this, the recommended vendor Advantel just sold their Mitel-based your account to a separate company, Protel, a few days after the bid was submitted. So are you, the city of Livermore, entering into a 3-year contract with Advantel or with Protel?
Perfect timing. Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you.
Bob Johnston and Todd Barnes.
Honorable Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Bob Johnston. I'm the VP of Operations with Maverick Networks. And I'm hoping that after you hear our feedback tonight, both from Andrew and from Todd, you'll make a decision to re-review the existing agreement with Advantel and consider what Maverick Networks can bring to the forefront. The decision regarding maintenance for the city of Livermore existing telephone systems has fallen to Advantel per your decision. But I'm convinced that not all proper consideration was given to the actual decision process. My history with Mitel goes back to 1996, 97. My history with Communications Networks goes back to 1969. My team here at Maverick Networks consists of 10 certified engineers, and I would question to make sure that whatever decision you make, that whatever company you go with has the same criteria that we have to bring, i.e. 10 certified Mitel engineers, not just one, not two, not three, but all 10 of the engineers that are here to support the city of Livermore, as we do many other municipalities. City of Rockland, City of San Ramon. We have history with other municipalities, and we're very proud of what we've been able to bring to the forefront. Again, I'm very proud of what I've put together here, and my team has put together as far as Mitel and Maverick Networks are concerned. And I'm convinced that if you fully review the decision process and the costs, savings, and what we've been able to bring to the forefront for many other municipalities, you'll make a decision to re-review. And that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Todd Barnes.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for the time for us to speak today. I think you really heard most of what we have to say. Maverick Networks is located and has been in Pleasanton, California since 2005. We're a for-profit organization. Our goal is to gain and to keep customers. So we've been working hard since 2008, trying to earn the business of the city of Livermore. Finally got the opportunity recently through the RFP process and felt like we had a good opportunity to earn your business with our qualifications. We want to be a clear choice for Northern California Mitel customers. You are one of those. We want to earn your business, do a great job for you, and have you refer us to other customers. We are a Gold exclusive partner. All we do is Mitel business. We were the #1 NASPO WISCA partner, meaning we do quite a bit of business with government agencies. This is in the nationwide, not just in California. We focus on leading edge Mitel technology, so we are going to help carry you into the future of this new voice over IP technology. I know we had the opportunity to have a meeting a year or two ago and offered up some programs that were going on with Mitel. At that time, you guys spent some money to upgrade voice over IP phones. We had a meeting years ago, a call back in 2008. The comment was, you understand, you're happy with your service and not looking to make a change. But we understand in government organizations that there's the ability to compete to win business. We felt like we did a good job to compete and earn your business. I would advise you too to take the one more note at what Andrew commented on. Who are you signing a contract with? We're really in tune with industry that we're in, and Advantel Networks sold their customer base to another company, and your contract is planned to be with them. So I would definitely advise you to take a close look at that. Thank you again very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Okay, raising some interesting questions. The $50,000 less on one bid, as Mr. Williamson mentioned, and also they sold our account, and so the company that we're supposedly signing a contract with is no longer going to be doing business with us. So could you please comment on those?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Where do you want to take this? Go ahead. Certainly. Just to put this particular contract in context, this is not a public contract code one for public work. So as was you heard from the lectern, this is a best value bid. It means the council has the discretion to determine, among other things besides cost. Cost is one factor, but other factors can be considered as well. Mr. Snedeker, who has now joined us at the lectern, will provide information concerning his recommendation and, number one, how he came up with his recommendation for Advantel, his calculations, as well as he will speak to the contract and the transition. That is not quite happening as we understand it as described at the lectern, but the current contract will be honored. Mr. Snedeker?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. The city's telephone systems require ongoing maintenance, software upgrades, disaster recovery preparedness. The city posted a public notice inviting requests for proposals to obtain bids for the ongoing services. 2 bids were submitted, one by Maverick Networks and one by Advantel Networks. Cost analysis of the 2 bids revealed comparable expense structures. The constructs took different approaches, with Advantel Networks bid providing broader inclusive service coverage without additional cost, while Maverick's Networks bid provided minimum basic software assurance coverage for system core elements at a minimum cost, but then required time and materials charges for other work performed outside the scope of the basic coverage bid. Staff averaged the last 5 years of work from work order hours, and then applied the rates from Maverick's basic hourly rate, and we multiplied that out to come up with an overall cost of Maverick's time and materials bid to compare that to Advantel's inclusive bid. Since the likely cost of the 2 bids would be similar, staff determined the certainty of a fixed cost agreement was best and prudent overall value to the city versus a risk of uncertainty over budget conditions from time and materials driven agreement. We have a supplemental piece here of this chart, which gives a breakdown of those costs. The basic Advantel assurance cost was $37,596, and Maverick's cost, this is on an annual basis, was $6,500. So then as you go down through the list here, the other items that increased the cost on Maverick's side, the time and labor materials cost based on the last 5.5 years of time and material work type orders, including work at the network, desk side, systems programming, troubleshooting, development and deployment of small projects, was inclusive from Advantel's side. Maverick's cost would have come in at $54.85 and 45 cents. The annual staff time and material work for order processing cost, including documentation, preparation, scopes of work, creating the order, sign-offs, invoicing, and payment and processing of each individual time and materials order, was minimal on Advantel's side because they didn't have any time and materials that we had to process. They just did the work with very little direction. And on Maverick's side, the staff cost was about $11,267. Large projects were handled outside of the contract on both cases. So if we had a large, like equipment replacement or modification, that would be a separate bid. So that's equal on both sides. The annualized Mitel telephone system software assurance and related staff processing costs were included in Advantel's bid. They don't charge anything further for that. They pay all the license fees and take care of the staff time needed to process those licenses with the various listed services. On Maverick's side, they gave us a price for the license, but they required the city to process their own licensing and the paperwork associated with that, the agreements and whatnot. So the cost of the license plus the staff time costs are included in those 3 bottom areas. When you look at that and you total it up, Maverick came in at $101,000, and Mitel's was still $112,000 for a 3-year contract. The prudence that we used was the fact that Advantel has worked from the beginning of moving into City Hall and been with us for many years, and they know the system backwards and forwards with very little direction. So in a disaster recovery, they can do a whole lot more work than a new vendor would be able to do. So the value of the $10,000 savings or the $11,000 savings is pretty outweighed by the fact that you have a new vendor that does not understand our system, and we'd be in a 2-year ramp-up time or longer to get that vendor into that position. So that's staff's report, if you have any questions. The transition of ownership, we were made aware of that after the bid had closed. It is a 7-year partnership that Mitel has gone into conjunction with Protel. Protel is the largest California Mitel vendor in the state, and Advantel's resources over time had reduced, and they are providing more Avaya type service, which is a different phone system, but they still support Mitel. The partnership with Protel brings Mitel technicians and support pieces in that Advantel was thin on. Over time, I suspect that the Mitel contract will actually move over to Protel, but at the present time, our contract is with Advantel for the next 3 years. They will handle all of our billing, all of our service calls, but they will contract out as a subcontractor to Protel under that bargained agreement or that shared subcontracting agreement. So Advantel is our contractor.
Questions from council?
Well, I guess I do, because I was the one that brought this up, including the gentlemen that are here from Maverick. But reading the information that I got from it, I'm a little perplexed. I mean, was this based on the memo that we got, the council got from Maverick, it said that, the claim was that Advantel provided broad inclusive service coverage, whereas Maverick didn't, and Maverick claims that's false. So is this a misunderstanding on the requirements in the RFP, or a misunderstanding on our part on what they're offering in terms of service, or what? And the other thing was, I thought in our information that we might have had the RFP, both the RFP and Maverick's proposal, but neither of those were in there. So I didn't have an opportunity to look at either of those to sort of read for myself what the RFP said. So could there be misunderstanding? And B, what did Maverick say, and how does that compare to what Advantel is proposing? So I'm still confused. I mean, I hear what you say, I hear what these gentlemen from Maverick say, and I still don't know what the right answer is.
Well, staff sat down and went through the two RFP proposals that came in. We compared wording in the documents. Maverick's document had a lot of very specific time and materials type wording that covered their basic software assurance piece of the equipment and the software upgrades. But it was very clear in the way that the agreement was, or their proposal was worded, that everything else was time and materials basis. Because their bid was so low, we thought, well, this really is interesting. But then we started looking at the time and materials based on 5.5 years of labor and work order reports that we have. And when we started doing the math of those items that would have not been covered under basic standard software assurance coverage, the costs come up at where you see it now. Advantel's contract is similarly worded to Maverick's, but it doesn't have the same indicators about time and materials over and over and over again in the document. There was one spot on a chart that said anything out of the scope of this contract is time and materials. But we have 5.5 years of work and labor that has been done by Advantel without time and materials costs for that work.
So, say, Mr. City Attorney, you said this is what'd you call this, a performance?
It's a best value contract.
Best value.
Correct. So the
How
council.
low would the value have to be how much lower than 112,000 would it have to be?
You have discretion to make this particular determination based upon what you have in your municipal code. The various factors you can consider are best value means the best value that is based upon all factors, including and but not limited to the following. 1, cost. 2, the ability, capacity, and skill of the contractor to perform. 3, the ability of the contractor to provide supplies, services, and equipment promptly and within the time period specified. 4, the character, integrity, and reputation, judgment, experience, and efficiency of the contractor. The quality of the contractor's performance on previous purchases and contracts with the city. And 6, the ability of the contractor to provide future maintenance, repair, and parts and services for the use of what's been being purchased. So it's not like a public works contract on the public contract code, which is you're required to take the low bid. Mm-hmm. Your ability for a services contract, you can consider other factors as well.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Winnick?
Couple of questions. First of all, has Maverick had a chance to look at that analysis and respond?
This chart was not included in the staff report. This is an after supplement that was added on.
So the
So,
answer is
no.
no.
The
answer is no.
No.
Okay. I'm curious as to whether Maverick thinks that's correct.
I think we'd like. Sorry.
But anyway, I guess maybe we don't have a way to find out. The other more broad question I've got, I'm seeing more, individuals are getting rid of landlines, and I'm even seeing businesses getting rid of landlines. I mean, it's sort of I know we have some kind of, we don't get a good signal or something, but it seems to me, have we thought about just getting rid of the landlines?
I think in the industry that we're in as government, the landlines are a critical piece of the infrastructure. I don't believe you would get rid of landlines. From a standpoint of landlines as we used to know them, of copper wire being direct to a phone with a phone number, that technology is gone, and we have moved up into the Ethernet world, if you will, or VoIP connections. But you're still going to have landlines to operate a large government facility just because of the base need. If you're saying wireless for everything, I think that would be pretty difficult.
No,
Possibility.
I'm seeing people going to wireless. So, okay, I'm just curious.
Councilmember Coomer, questions?
I've got no questions. No, I'm glad, Mr. Snedeker, you put this up. This is, adds a little more insight and
Mr. Snedeker?
talking to our experience with Advantel already. It says a lot to me that we don't have a ramp-up time. We don't have a loss of service in there at any point.
That was one of the primary considerations that we did take into account, was the ability of Advantel to move quickly in a disaster recovery or without a ramp-up time.
How are we assured that ProTel has the same resources that were promised through Advantel?
So ProTel is the largest Mitel dealer in the state. And the three of the employees from Advantel actually moved over to the ProTel staff. So people that we've worked with for years that know these premises and all of our systems are actually on ProTel staff. That was part of the deal that they did because Advantel is moving away from a Mitel supported structure. They're doing that over a period of time, though, and that's why the 7-year sharing has been put into place, or partnership, as they call it. So Mitel has, guidance that gives the gold rating to Maverick, and ProTel is also a gold-rated member of the Mitel environment.
Any further questions on 4.13? I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
Well, I'm going to move that we adopt 4.13 as presented to us tonight.
Okay, with that, the motion by Councilmember Coomer, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Coomer, seconded by Vice Mayor Spadowski. Any discussion on the motion? Anyone, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Okay, it's 4-1 with Councilmember Carling voting no. Moving on to 4.18. I have a card for 4.18, so comments on the Downtown Steering Committee, Mr. Bezos.
Good evening again. I'm opposed to the extension of the Downtown Steering Committee. It's supposed to be about public outreach, but it's engaged in a bit of mission creep, and it's beginning to usurp some of the big decisions. We heard many of these people who were on the Downtown Steering Committee saying in 2016 during the workshops that the cake had already been baked, the cake was already decided, but now many of these same people are taking the other side saying, well, the cake is mostly made. It's supposed to be again about public outreach, but here they're saying that the cake is mostly made, the hotel belongs in a certain location. And I think they need to be doing a little bit more outreach. For example, with circulation. It's already difficult to get around downtown right now, and I think there should be a lot more outreach on that. And I also oppose because it's a little bit of an echo chamber. You have on one side the faction of the Friends of Livermore, Vibrant Livermore, LVPAC faction, and then it's claimed that we have diversity because we have the Chamber of Commerce and Livermore downtown crowd on the other side. But as we've heard before, back with the BART controversy of 2011, where there was a decision, people were saying, we need BART downtown, we need BART downtown, we need BART downtown. Then, it turned out the community had a different opinion. So I think that needs to be considered, that it has gone beyond its mission. And also I'm concerned, too, with the non-residents that are on the committee. I don't think it's acceptable that you have non-residents on it. You have wealthy multimillionaires like Joan Sepple and Phil Wente. They relaxed the rules to allow non-residents who are influential to get on there, which brings me to the other point that most of the downtown Catalyst site was purchased with more than about $14 million of low-income housing funds, ostensibly to put low-income housing on it, but yet where is the representation on this committee for the low-income housing residents? And there was another $500,000 that was spent to buy the train depot back in 2007, and Mark Roberts said at the time they could put 40 housing units, 40 housing units where that is. So again, low-income housing, there needs to be some consideration of that, even though we're still at the hotel phase, but still where the hotel goes will affect where low-income housing goes. And I want to say, I think it was disingenuous, the vote that was taken, the controversial vote last August, the 2-3 vote where a motion was made to cut the housing units. Well, the problem is if you cut the housing units and you have $14 million invested in this downtown Catalyst site, was it only going to be low-income housing that was going to be there? How were you going to pay back the $14 million? I don't think it was very fair that it was sprung, and that was used very effectively and perhaps unfairly against Stu Gary and Lorraine Turner in the last campaign. And finally, I'm concerned that there is not a lot of concern for the Hispanic and Latino community. There are a lot of North Side residents who live very close to downtown. They are literally on the wrong side of the tracks. They should have been involved in this. They're a growing population. And I spoke to a gentleman named Uriel over at the Transit Center, and he said, $4 million to move the train depot and all this millions moving around. He would first of all like to pay down his own debts, and then after that, he'd like to buy some clothes, nice clothes, finally, for his children. So, we need to think of the Uriels, who is a 20-year resident, find a way to reach out to them. They're hidden into the shadows, many of these people in the Latino community, but they need to be engaged. So that's why I think there needs to be more to this process. This should not be the end all. This should be just about supposed outreach. It's not supposed to be the cake is not baked yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bessis. And yes, I certainly heard those comments as well, that they didn't want a cake that was fully baked. And now, as we've started this process, I'm hearing more people saying, well, the whole plan should be delivered at once, and we should just accept one plan. This is far from being baked, let me tell you. We have just started the outreach process, what we've done with the committee, and I truly commend Councilmember Carling and Werner for shepherding this along, because this has been quite a process to figure out what the facts are, and once we determine what those facts are, we're going to finalize the outreach program probably on August 7th. It may go beyond that, but it's how this outreach program goes out. So what we're doing right now is nailing down the elements, and once we get those elements in play, or once we get the elements defined, then the idea is to go out into the community and refine, or I use the term refine, but to get additional information from the community to best modify what those elements are going to ultimately look like. So there's still going to be a tremendous public input process on this. So it's far from finished. So any additional comments?
Yeah, just one question to the city manager. So we heard that it was $14 million in quote low income housing. I believe that's $14 million in affordable housing. What qualifies for affordable housing currently?
There are a range of below-market housing types which the city counts toward its mandates, ranging generally starting at the top end at 80% of median income for a family of four. That's roughly north of $90,000 a year, all the way down to very low and extremely low. Extremely low at 30% of the median, so that's a family of four in the $20-some-odd thousand range. So it's quite a range of affordability. Would ultimately be utilized for that. Obviously, as the affordability increases, so does the level of subsidy. So there's quite a range of housing types that fall within that particular category.
So it's not just one category, one particular type of housing. It is a range, as you explained. The other comment that I have is that, again, I agree. We have yet to begin the public input process. That's what we are trying to figure out, how to effectively engage the community to find out what people want and what the vision of downtown is community-wide. The other comment that I had is I'd like one clarification on the motion that I made back in August. It wasn't to definitively cut anything. It was to study a range of units that were, I believe it was about half or fewer. And when I mean study, I mean truly study. I don't know if that's possible on that site. I don't know what's possible on that site. We still need to study and discuss all of the constraints on the west side, constraints with funding, constraints with land size, and constraints with what the community wants. So I never made a motion to definitively cut something. It was to study a certain number of units.
The chair of the committee?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Bezos was opposed to the extension, but I would remind all of us that the extension only is for procedural purposes to enable the steering committee to have a conversation with the whole city council. That's what the extension's all about. So that's why we have to have this extension, so that we can do that and not violate the Brown Act or other legal issues associated with meetings. And so that's the full purpose, is to have, so that we can enable a conversation between the steering committee, which the committee wanted to have, with the full council. Because obviously, as the mayor's pointed out, two of us have been involved, and the three of the folks up here haven't heard some things, I'm sure, during some of the meetings like this and so on and so forth, but they haven't heard from the group as a whole. So I just want to remind everybody that's what the point in this resolution tonight is all about.
Councilmember Warner?
Yeah, I
Vice
was
Chair
going
of the
to
committee.
say the same thing, is that, I mean, these other comments are kind of maybe interesting, but not relevant to what the purpose of this extension is, which is to enable us to have the meaningful conversation between the steering committee members and the council in advance of the outreach process. So there's no harm in having a good, open conversation. So the amount of affordable housing funds and all of that is completely irrelevant.
Any further comments, discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll move we accept Resolution 4.18.
Moved by Councilmember Carling,
I'll second.
seconded by Councilmember Warner. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Great, thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to our first public hearing, 5.01. This is the annual fire hazard abatement program. So we have Ryan Rucker is going to be presenting tonight.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Ryan Rucker, Fire Marshal for Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department. On March 13th, the City Council adopted Resolution 2017-027, declaring existing conditions of growing weeds, accumulated rubbish, dirt on private property, streets, parkways, and sidewalks adjacent to each parcel of real property are a public nuisance and should be abated. On April 24th, the City Council ordered the abatement of hazardous vegetation on the parcels identified in Exhibit A of the attached resolution, and declared that the abatement costs, including administrative costs, by the city are the responsibility of the property owner. A schedule has been provided to all property owners, which includes abatement timelines, types of work needed based on parcel type, as well as administrative costs which are charged when the city performs the abatement. The fire department concluded hazardous vegetation on 5 parcels in June of 2017 at a total cost of $4,032. The public hearing tonight is to consider any and all protests, and if the council finds it appropriate, adopt a resolution overruling protests, confirm the 2017 weed abatement assessments, and direct staff to forward a certified copy of the assessment report to the county auditor. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions for staff? Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak? I have no cards. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval of 5.01.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Werner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Rucker. 5.02, the Arroyo Vista Residential Project. Summerhill Homes. It looks like it's going to be
We
Steve
actually do
Stewart,
have
Paul-
staff, yes.
Paul Spence.
We've got a couple
We do
people
have
looking
staff
at.
that's making.
Well, why don't you introduce us as they're coming up to the table?
So we have Lori Parks as our associate planner on the project, and Steve Stewart is our planning manager, and I think we have various support staff sitting in the rows behind. And staff will provide an introduction and a short PowerPoint, and then we have the applicant here this evening as well, and they would also like to provide a presentation for the City Council.
I know.
Ms. Parks?
Good evening, City Council. The project before you tonight is the Arroyo Vista Residential Project. Oh.
Shadow puppets work for me. Interpretive dance, too.
Well, Shadow Puppet's a great little brewery, you know. I was at a fundraiser there just last week.
Yeah, I'll just continue describing the site, and hopefully we can get some images here up. So the project site is about 29 acres and is bisected by Arroyo Seco Flood Control Channel. It's located on the north side of Las Positas Road between Arroyo Vista and Bennett Drive. It's close to services on First Street and is about 1.3 miles to the Vasco A station. The site is surrounded by light industrial uses to the north and south, and commercial uses to the west, specifically the Safeway Center on First Street. East of the site is a vacant parcel designated for higher density residential uses at 30 to 38 dwelling units per acre or light industrial uses. So the proposed site plan, not shown here, but hopefully soon, implements the Arroyo Vista Neighborhood Plan, which the city adopted in 2007. The neighborhood plan provides detailed standards and design guidelines for residential development of the site. The main components of the plan are to provide at least 3 different housing types, an interconnected, pedestrian-friendly circulation network, and a hierarchical open space concept. So the proposed development includes 435 units spread among 4 product types. The units would front onto existing streets, paseos, and internal roads in accordance with the plan to create a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. The plan includes 86 single-family detached houses located on the northwestern portion of the site. The single-family detached units would be 2 stories and include side yards. The southern portion of the site the west side of the site has 109 single-family attached row homes. This is the circulation plan, but here are the row homes. The row homes will be 3 stories and are organized into 4, 5, and 6 plex buildings. The eastern side of the site would have 140 single-family attached garden court townhomes located in the northern portion of the eastern side of the site. These units will be organized into buildings with 4 to 7 units each. The buildings would be 3 stories with at least 2-story end units. Lastly, 100 multifamily flats would be located in the southeast portion of the site here, where Bennett and Las Positas Road intersect. The flats are organized into 4, 6, and 8 plex buildings that would be 3 stories tall, and each unit will have the primary living spaces on the same floor, with stair access from the ground floor entries and garages to the upper floors. The developer will offer homebuyers the option to install an elevator for some of the flat end units. So the proposed units will come in a variety of architectural styles. Each product type would have 2 to 3 styles. And the architecture includes design details such as porches, balconies, stone accent bases, and shutters. So moving on to vehicle circulation. So sorry about the PowerPoint here. The site plan includes a new public loop street on either side. And each unit will have a 2-car garage served by internal alleys coming off the loop street. There will be 1 on-site guest space per single-family detached unit and 0.25 spaces per attached unit for an overall ratio of 2.4 spaces per unit on site. This meets the neighborhood plan requirement and exceeds the current citywide code for on-site parking. There will also be about 40 new on-street parking spaces on Arroyo Vista and Bennett Drive in the vicinity of the site. The proposed development includes a hierarchy of open spaces linked by a network of pathways. The amount of open space meets the neighborhood plan requirements for 1,000 square feet per attached unit and a neighborhood park on each side of the site. Park amenities include children's play areas, turf lawns, 2 pools, a clubhouse, outdoor kitchen, outdoor fireplace, lounge areas, cabanas, a barbecue area, and picnic tables. The project also includes construction of a multi-use trail along the west side of Arroyo Seco, a ped bridge over the channel to connect the 2 sides of the site, and plazas at the base of the pedestrian bridge. In addition, the project will construct buffered bike lanes on Las Positas Road along the project frontage. And as part of the development agreement, the applicant will contribute funds for off-site pedestrian and bicycle improvements. These could include extending the Arroyo Seco Trail to the north and south, connecting to the Iron Horse Trail over the railroad, and streetscape enhancements on First Street. The funds can be combined with those from Auburn Grove for installing buffered bike lanes and other improvements on First Street from Inman to South Front. These off-site improvements will benefit existing and future residents by increasing transportation options and recreational opportunities, and also improving links to downtown and nearby amenities. In addition to locking in the off-site amenities, the development agreement provides certainty to both the applicant and the city. The proposed density of 15 dwelling units per acre is consistent with the permitted range for the site of 14 to 18 dwelling units per acre. And the applicant will pay about $2.4 million in TDC fees, Transfer of Development Credit Program, for open space preservation efforts. They will receive TDC allocations from the recently adopted 2017 Growth Management Program. The project includes rezoning from the existing light industrial planned unit development to a new planned development residential district. The PDR establishes the permitted uses and development standards consistent with the Arroyo Vista Neighborhood Plan. With the incorporation of recommended conditions of approval, the project is consistent with the requirements, development standards, and design guidelines in the Arroyo Vista Neighborhood Plan. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council make the findings, adopt the attached resolution and ordinance and CEQA document, and approve the entitlements. The applicant is available and would like to give the presentation you've been getting a sneak peek of, and also show a video. And staff, of course, is available for questions. So thank you.
Any questions for staff at this point? Councilmember Carling?
Is there an HOA that's associated with this development that would manage the pool and the other common areas?
Yeah, Summerhill will be setting up a homeowners association that will be responsible for a lot of the maintenance. And actually, Bob Vinn.
Okay.
Do you want to speak to maintenance too?
If you'd like, the HOA would be responsible for contributing to maintenance of the on-site amenities and some public infrastructure as well, including the Arroyo Seco Trail. Actually, it wouldn't be the HOA, but the homes in this development would be through a landscape maintenance district, would be paying for maintenance of the Arroyo Seco Trail, the extra landscaping along the Las Positas frontage that you can see in the diagram.
Yeah, I guess my thought was, given the fact that there are these pools and other, I wasn't so concerned about the Arroyo and that stuff. I was more concerned about, maintaining good pool quality and so on and so forth with kids that are going to be living here and so on and so forth, and whether there'll be lifeguard service and that kind of thing. And somebody's got to manage all that to make sure that the pool's open when it's supposed to be, and there's adult supervision when kids are there and so on and so forth, and not just rely on, I guess, parents. So, somebody's got to take care of the pool, right?
Well, perhaps the applicant can speak to the specific management of the pool facilities, but all the on-site parks, landscaping, including the pedestrian bridge between the two sides, will be maintained and operated by the homeowners association.
And there's their ADA access. The bridge is pretty high up off the Arroyo, right?
Yes, each end of the bridge will have a ADA pedestrian lift.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
I did meet with the applicant earlier to go over some of the details of this project because I had some questions and concerns, and I don't recall if the quick staff report included talking about the 2 traffic signals. So there will be 2 traffic signals installed. Is that correct?
Yes, there will. There will be one at the intersection of Las Positas and Arroyo Vista, and another at the intersection of Las Positas and Contractor's Place, with the main entrance into the westerly part of the project.
So other than the maintenance of those signals, is there anything else on the site that we are maintaining? I know there was a detailed document in the packet. I assumed everything would be either HOA or L&L covered. Is that a pretty accurate statement? Or?
Well, the city will be maintaining the public infrastructure within the site, including roadways, sewer, water, storm drain.
Right. Now, are the alleyways public streets as well, or is that those are private? So we have some main public trunks, and then all the alleyways are private, and the HOAs would, or is that? I guess an alleyway would be an HOA, not an L&L. Okay.
That's correct.
And
Okay.
Just to clarify, the loop road on this side would go down here, come around this way, and then exit here. And then on this side, similarly, enter here, loop around the site, and exit here.
Okay, so it is very much the loop, lowercase d on the left, actually. Okay, great, thank you.
Real quickly.
Councilmember
Has
Coomber?
staff identified, driving by it all the time, it's one of the few pieces of dirt in Livermore that I haven't been out and traveled on in my chair. Are there any legacy oaks or anything out there that might be impacted by this? Do you know the makeup of the trees out there?
The tree survey done for the site basically concluded all were non-native and none were worth preserving.
Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed the other day, but I couldn't see far enough to see if there were some big valley oaks or something out there. Thank you.
Also, I also had questions about the lift. So there's a lift on either end of the pedestrian bridge, which actually is kind of a cool idea because it connects the two to some of the other amenities on the other side. But the HOA is going to be maintaining that lift.
That's correct, and the bridge itself.
Right, and so one of the concerns also that I have is sometimes these elevators become shelters, and so I'm concerned: is there an opportunity for somebody to camp out in the elevator and get out of the elements?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, I'll ask.
Perhaps the applicant.
I'll ask the applicant. Also, I saw, and maybe I should ask the applicant on this as well, but the community garden that was in there, my question is, so who decides who gets to grow stuff in the garden? Or should I just wait till the applicant comes up?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's a good one for the applicant,
Okay,
too.
all right, I'll wait for that then. All right. Any other questions from the council? Okay, bring up the applicant, Summerhill Homes.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand and council members. My name is Katya Kamangar. I'm Executive Vice President with Summerhill Homes. Very excited to be here tonight, and I want to start off by thanking staff. Working with Lori and the whole staff has been a very enjoyable experience, very knowledgeable and very responsive. So over the past year, we've worked diligently with both staff as well as Planning Commission to design this new home community that would be fully consistent with the Arroyo Vista Neighborhood Plan that brings along a lot of benefits. And Planning Commission recommended approval of the project as well. So we're here this evening to request your approval. Summerhill Homes, some of you may know, we're a privately owned home builder with our headquarters in San Ramon. And we've been around for 40 years. And over that time, we've built over 4,000 residential units here in the Bay Area. So we focus primarily on infill, and we saw this as an excellent site for housing. It's right across the street from a Safeway, shopping, and retail and restaurants. There's going to be a new bus stop that we're installing on Las Positas. It's also an excellent commute location, obviously. And while it is adjacent to a business park, given that it is 28 acres, it's got enough scale to really make it into a great new neighborhood for the city of Livermore. Our overarching goal when we started this process was to deliver a new neighborhood that was fully consistent with the Arroyo Vista Neighborhood Plan that the city had approved. The plan is pretty detailed, but here are just a brief highlight of some of the main features. At 15 dwelling units an acre, we're on the low end of the permitted density. We have 4 different product types as opposed to the 3 minimum that are required. We meet the required parking spaces. And I apologize, there's a typo there. We have 1,044 parking spaces in this community, not 1,004. And each home has 2 parking spaces that are covered in a garage. And this number includes 174 guest parking spaces. And I also want to mention that we do have additional parking on Arroyo Vista as well as Bennett Drive to the tune of about an additional 50 parking spaces. But those are not counted in terms of what's required. In terms of overall open space and parks, we also meet that. As shown here, we have over 8 acres of this 28-acre site that are in various forms of open space. We have 2 parks. The plan requires 0.2-acre park on each side of the arroyo. On the west side, we have a larger one at 0.5 acres, and then on the east side, we have a smaller one at 0.2 acres. And in addition to that, we have 2 public plazas that we'll share some pictures of later. We also have a video at the end we'd like to share with you to help illustrate better our parks and our recreational amenities, which we're very proud of. I'm going to show you a few renderings now of our architecture. This is a view at the corner of Las Positas and Arroyo Vista. These are our 2-story single-family detached homes. They're very traditional. Here's the entry from Arroyo Vista. The homes have craftsman, prairie, and ranch styles, and have porches, wraparound porches in some cases, and a use of siding of various types, as well as brick accents. Here's a view of our row townhomes. You can also see in this slide the generous 44 to 54 foot setback that our buildings have from Las Positas. And you can also see the buffered bike lane that we'll be installing as part of the project. And this shows the Garden Court townhomes, which feature a two-story end on each of the buildings, which really nicely breaks down the massing of these homes. And last, this is our smallest product or home style. It's the flats, which offer single level living. And this is taken from the corner of Bennett and Las Positas. And now I'm going to turn it over to Roman DeSoto, who's our landscape architect, and he's going to walk you through our pedestrian circulation, our open space, and our parks in a little bit more detail. And like I said, at the end, we have a video to share with you as well.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Roman DeSoto, R3 Studios. I'll take a little bit of time here to walk you through briefly some of the connectivity and pedestrian circulation, bicycle circulation. The red basically illustrates our connectivity pattern using pedestrian and bicycle. There is also, as Katia mentioned, a buffered bicycle pathway along Las Positas, illustrated with the dashed dark line. On the other side, we have somewhat the same scenario, the red illustrating the pedestrian bicycle routes. Here is the pedestrian bridge, and then the continuation of the bicycle path along Las Positas. One thing I will point out here is that we took great time and effort to provide furnishings that were consistent with architecture, style, low maintenance, durable, sustainable. There is a series of benches, picnic tables. We have informative signs or wayfinding throughout the community so that as you connect to adjacent uses, or if you want to find out how far it is to downtown, we would have an informative sign that would provide a mileage. Here's an illustration of or a picture of what the pedestrian bridge would look like. And then, of course, mailbox stations, dog stations, which are a little bit more elaborate than some of the dog stations you may see. So we're promoting something that's a little bit more contemporary, and then play structures. Here's an illustration of the pedestrian bridge. There was a question about the lifts. The lifts would be shown here. There would also be a series of steps on each side. And then there's some images of, again, the pedestrian bridge. And then this is a 3-rail concrete fence that would be located in this location here, and then over in this location here, designating the limits of the access road and the residential. Here's an enlargement site plan of the pedestrian bridge, specifically pointing out the two plazas, the westerly plaza here and the easterly plaza here, and here's an enlargement of that easterly plaza. The idea here is that we create a great approach to the bridge with a series of tables and chairs, bicycle racks, benches, so that as one gets ready to go over the bridge, they've got kind of a resting or a stopping point to begin or end their travel. A rendering of the west looking east. You can see kind of the plaza area with the bicycle racks and the picnic tables. And then the east side, this would be roughly where the lift would be, and then here's your series of steps leading up. Again, more of a plaza feel. Landscape imagery, I wanted everyone to understand kind of our concept from a planting standpoint. I think we're looking at a lot of ornamental grasses, lavender, roses, an agrarian landscape, olive trees, London plane trees, oaks, These are our entry features to the project: primary entry monument, and then a secondary entry monument illustrated on the site plan in various locations as entry points to the community. The project parks, excuse me. Here's the west park, and then the east park connected through the bridge. The west park has the community pool. There's an adult pool. There's a children's pool. There's a community building here, outdoor fireplace, seating area, outdoor showers and equipment room, grass area, lawn area for passive and active uses, decomposed granite pathways leading to outdoor seating areas with a pergola, and then a small child's play area in this area. Cabanas, pool deck, potential art locations, public art locations. There's some elevations of the community building, and you can kind of see where we got the idea for some of the entry monuments so that we have some consistency. Images of the community building and of the pool area, the fireplace with some board form concrete. Here's some ideas of where that kind of came from: larger olive trees, specimen trees, cabanas, outdoor outdoor kitchens, and a rendering of the adjacent lawn area. Community center and the pool. There's the adult pool and then the children's pool over here. And then on the east side, there is a community garden with raised beds, demonstration gardens, tool shed, 1,700 square foot play area with structures, a passive lawn area, pergola with seating, drinking fountains, waste receptacles, dog stations. And another rendering of what that would look like. And then some more imagery and some elevations of our pergolas, again, taking from the community building aesthetic. You can see some ideas for the raised gardens, and then some of our demonstration gardens using some of the corrugated metal turned into an herb garden. And then again, similar street furniture used throughout. These are actually modern play equipment. They are things that are out today. The idea here is that we wanted to create a little bit more of a natural look rather than a little bit less of the overly colorful, but we wanted to blend in a little bit more natural environment. So play equipment using actually sustainable materials. And then the plaza at Bennett and Las Positas, which Katia touched on, we felt that this corner needed to have some highlight as it becomes a major focal point. So we created an outdoor plaza here using seat walls, landscape, trees, where people could congregate and gather, and then also have a corner monument at that location. And here's what that would look like. And now I'll give it back to Katia.
Thanks. Thank you. And this is just a picture. We're going to be providing public art as part of our community. We already went in front of the Arts Commission, and they approved our proposed artist, Gerald Heffernan. Here are just examples of some of his past work, but he's known for his whimsical animal art, and we're excited about that for our community. And it would tie both sides of our community together, in our opinion. And then I'll just close in reviewing the project benefits with you. It brings a significant benefits with it, and that is to build 52 new affordable units. This represents 15% of the multifamily component. We also are negotiating with the city's housing department to buy land that would enable an additional 30 or more affordable housing units to be built. And we saw this, and the city did as well, in terms of enabling the city to receive maximum number of affordable units from this project, but also diversifying some of the location of these units. And we're also bringing significant contributions in terms of trails and bike safety improvements. We're installing the new bike buffered lanes along Las Positas, 12-foot multi-use trail along the Arroyo. And through the DA, we're contributing $770,000 towards off-site trail improvements to further connect the site to other parts. And there will be the pedestrian bridge open to everyone, 2 new traffic signals, improving pedestrian safety, and significant fees also towards TDC, schools, and park fees. So we believe that the community brings a tremendous package of benefits with it as well, and we're very excited about it. And now I'd like to conclude by showing you a video, and I'm also happy to answer your questions at the end, after the video. So hopefully the video will cooperate with us. As I understand the sound, we had to turn it off, so we'll just review it in silence. So that concludes our video and our presentation. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer some of the questions that you posed, if you'd like, or whatever your pleasure.
Questions from the council? Vice Mayor? No. Oh, Councilman,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, what the
Go
heck.
for it.
I'm very pleased with this. I still have a lot of little detailed issues. It was mentioned that non-native grasses were going to be there, and there's a problem when those are in an area that's so full of regional parks and LARPD parks around us here. One of the issues they have to fight all the time is the invasiveness of non-native grasses that are distributed throughout the area. Is there a way to replace that with a native type of a grass that won't ease out the non-native species that happens too much in our parks right now?
Yes, I concur with that. All the grasses that we are proposing in our plant palette are non-invasive species. So the likelihood that they will spread is pretty much nil. However, to answer your question, yes, we can propose additional or replace some with more native plant material. Sure.
Okay. And the other question I had, which is most relevant probably to you, is the elevators. That's probably the only one in the room who uses elevators and things like that. I can attest that there is a 50 to 80% non-availability rate to most of them, and mostly due to maintenance or damage or intentional stuff like that. Is there still a way to integrate ramps into those instead of stairways coming down on each end? Is there room to do that? What? Because I'm never confident with elevators. Too many of them have left me in the middle of right on floor 1.5. So I just know how that can work.
Yeah, and I understand that. We did look at ramps, and they are quite long just because we have to provide that 14-foot clearance for the Zone 7 maintenance truck to go under the bridge. So, we have studied it. We've looked at it. We ultimately were back and forth with staff and decided to go with the lifts because I would say they're a little bit less unsightly. But we'd be open to working with staff and seeing if perhaps we could do the stairs instead. But I guess, I would request, we have time constraints on our contract, so I would request, if it's at all possible, that kind of refinement be done post-approvals working with staff.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Couple comments. You mentioned that the elevators could be installed by residents on the flats. Was that the comment?
So the Planning Commission asked us if, the flats are basically two flats, one on the third floor, one on the second floor is how they operate. And the stairs are internal inside the units to take you up to the units. And we have built this product in many different places throughout the Bay Area and Fremont and Sunnyvale. It's very popular because people like it once they get up there. It feels really nice because everything's on the same level.
Right.
So what the Planning Commission asked us is, could we explore elevators to serve some of these units? And so we have studied it, and we're able to accommodate it as an option on select units. There's about 11 of them.
Yeah, because I would think that the time that you would want to install them. So you're saying at the time of sale, somebody can choose an elevator option. Instead of oak cabinets or whatever, that would be listed as an option. You could have an elevator installed.
That's right, and we would advertise it that way as well. Yeah.
Okay. Because I would personally prefer that they just be installed because I don't think we can actually put that requirement on you, but that's the availability of flats in town or any kind of single story living is very few and far between, to the point where anytime a single unit new home, single story home goes on the market, it usually goes out to like a competitive, like a lottery, because they're so people are looking for that, in particular seniors. So I'd hope that there'd be some kind of way to incorporate that. Going back to the circulation plan, there was a slide that said circulation plan west parcel. I don't know if we can bring that one up really quick. And this leads to kind of a concern for the whole site. Yeah, that's it right there. Circulation plan was parcel. So then the northwest upper corner where the signal is going, do I see pedestrian access through that little alleyway? I can't really tell.
Yes, anywhere where you see the red lines, those signify either a crossing or a sidewalk or a pedestrian path of some sort.
Okay.
So it was intended to guide you to that corner and give you several points. We have 3 points along Las Positas to connect you back into the community. And similarly on the Bennett Drive side, we have as well.
So how do you encourage residents to the pedestrian activity inside the development? And what I'm getting to is kind of a larger theme here. I see what you're doing on Las Positas Road. I don't really feel like Las Positas Road is pedestrian friendly, and at this point, or it's not that it's not pedestrian friendly. It's just, well, I don't know how else to put it. It's not the nice streetscape that you're proposing yet, but I think even with that streetscape, I would still like to see, or is there some way that you can encourage pedestrians after they cross that bridge to travel to that northwest corner? I mean, if staff has any ideas, is there kind of a decorative pavement or walkways or something, a yellow brick road? I don't know, but something that would encourage. That would be something that I'd want you to work with staff. I don't think that it's necessarily something that I would have to, we'd have to review with the Planning Commission. But yeah, if you have any ideas of any kind of, even if you have, like the brick, and I hate to say this because it's also a maintenance nightmare, but the brick crossings that would encourage people to cross and to travel in a certain direction. Because I see all of the pedestrian activity on both sites going in one direction right now, and that's that northwest corner to Safeway, to Lowe's, to that shopping center.
Yeah, one of the ideas that we proposed was a wayfinding system to get people from one side to the other in a safe manner. The little image down at the bottom right is an idea of what we were thinking. So if someone were to want to go to the retail, there would be some information there about how to get there. It may be a little bit more involved than just that simple design there, but it may have a variety of places to go and distances, and so they would be repetitive throughout so that people could link and connect. The crossings that we have there, if you got off the bridge and you followed that red, the crossings are crosswalks internally. So there is something that leads you from the bridge all the way through the project and up into that northwest corner, I believe it is, that you're referring to.
Because further expanding on Las Positas Road, that large buffer, eventually, we don't have the traffic counts now, I don't believe, to expand Las Positas by another lane in that area. And so we're reserving the right-of-way, and if I read the staff report correctly, that'll be minimally landscaped. So eventually, when we do move Las Positas Road and add that second lane, could be 20, 30, 40 years down the road, I don't know. But we're not taking out trees, like old growth trees, to do the roadway expansion.
Yeah, so what we've illustrated here are the permanent locations of the trees along Las Positas. So what you see there will remain even with the expanded roadway. And let me just mention, when you say minimal landscape, by no means is the temporary area going to be minimal. It will actually be fully landscaped. The idea with a lot of ornamental grasses, many native grasses combined with some other perennials, so that it does have a nice full look throughout the year.
Are you going to be locating the irrigation controller boxes outside of that future area? I'm thinking of, because when I see this and you have the residences that are fronting Las Positas Road and you have that very wide right-of-way, eventually that will go away. We could put it in the disclosures. Half the people don't read their disclosures, but we could put it in the disclosures all we want. When eventually down the road, again, I'm probably not going to be around, but when that road is widened, you're now looking at, hey, let's put a second lane in front of somebody's house. That to me is future pitchforks and torches when we propose that. So I think initially my preference would have been just to have the sound wall and the houses not facing Las Positas Road. But I think there is a benefit to having that landscape, having the houses front Las Positas. It will turn it into that more pedestrian friendly. It's just everything that we can do. I'm even thinking of proposing maybe a couple of small signs in the landscape area, the buffer, saying this future right-of-way reserved for Las Positas Road expansion, something that is very low to the ground. Again, something you can work with staff. I've seen this in other neighborhoods. I have it in my neighborhood where a street by my daughter's elementary school, it says Hawk Street will go through, and that's been there, for 15 years, and areas say, yeah, it'll go through, but everybody knows that sign is there and nobody's surprised. So maybe a few signs in that lower landscaping, make them as decorative as you want, possibly heavy and hard to remove, but something that says, future right-of-way for Las Positas Road expansion.
Okay.
So that might be an amending motion that I would need to make. I don't know if that would be amending motion going back to my planning commission days. Going back, one of the other items that I'd like to mention is talk to the local postmaster about the community mailboxes. In my neck of the woods as well, we have a few of those, and there are problems in terms of mail thefts. Somebody popping the master lock and opening up the whole thing, to the point where the post office will actually come in and install newer, secure mailboxes. So you might, I know you have the very nice decorative design, and I'm not saying these things look like they came out of East Germany circa 1960, but you can they can be somewhat decorative, but just be careful with the security on the boxes. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it for my questions for the applicant at this point.
Councilmember Warner?
Well, sorry, one other thing. I would almost prefer to see the community gardens go away and have a bigger play area for the kids. If I believe correctly, the community gardens, it was a planning commission suggestion, but the size of the community gardens with the size of this development, I don't necessarily see the point if you're ending up with like 6 to 8 lots for community gardens. I would much rather see, I don't know if the surrounding potential neighbors are going to want this, but either a larger play area, or I've been to many parks with my daughter where it is naturally landscaped, like you're saying, and that's a great feature. It's not just the one play structure, you're going to leave it, it's all plastic and it's going to fade. But I think a larger, more natural play area would be better for that area, and just ditch the community gardens.
Yeah, and I'll say, the community garden was not in our original proposal. It was requested by Planning Commission, and we were able to accommodate it, but we're not married to it, and we'd be happy to also sub it out for additional play area and or grass, and we could work with staff on that one.
Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Warner?
Just a couple of comments. I mean, you had mentioned that you specialize in infill, and that is the focus with the urban growth boundaries, where we do the infill projects. So I think this is a good infill project. I like the affordability plan for the housing. I think going to the max on that's good. I think, as we've heard, flats are desirable. One thing I might mention on the elevator option, I think is kind of interesting, because you might want to have everybody have cross subsidize that elevator. In other words, if it isn't the person buying the unit that buys the elevator, then it means everybody else bought the elevator for them. So the fact that you've got some on the first floor as well as an optional on the second floor. So I'm not one for cross subsidizing. So I like the option there. But I do find in general, just looking at the pictures and the video and everything, it does seem that the green space is somewhat small. So I'm not sure those gardens are enough for that unit. I mean, I've got the raised beds in my own house area, and it doesn't seem like what you have there would be enough for that size community. So I have a question for staff. In terms of the amount of green space, we got 2 parks basically for a lot of houses. I mean, where is this in the scheme of things in terms of minimum, maximum, middle of the road? Where are we here?
So Lori can jump in here as well, but when the neighborhood plan was developed, the plan identified different types of public space, and they are consistent. I think they exceed by a little bit the park space, and then we also have the trail space that runs along the arroyo and additional small respite areas. So they do provide the total amount of open space required.
Yeah, there's the total amount, but I'm thinking just in terms of usable space in one kind of block. It seems a little bit low on that respect.
So the one thing that, of course, is excluded from the plan is that essentially the fees are going to the park district for actually larger scale green spaces. So these are all essentially private green spaces that are on site, and the plan is consistent with that. Larger scale, like the acre and up sizes, are ultimately maintained by LAPD. They didn't want an additional facility in this area, so the project is paying over $5 million in park fees to ultimately enhance and upgrade those facilities in the vicinity.
So how far away is the vicinity?
Can you go back to the site, the wet map at the beginning?
I'm sorry, what was your question? That you wanted to see just the overall site plan?
Yeah, the very first one.
Okay.
I believe the closest park is 0.7 miles to the northwest. Was that the question? Okay. And I'll just add that the neighborhood plan did say the 2 neighborhood parks on each side of the site need to be a minimum of 0.2 acres. And so they do provide that on one side, and then the other side, they go up to a half acre. So they are actually exceeding their requirement for the minimum park size. And I believe the intended vision when the city council adopted the neighborhood plan back in 2007 was recognizing that the multi-use trail and the creek were actually more of the emphasis for the open space concept, and that the network of pathways and paseos, it was more of a walkable neighborhood concept as opposed to having large green spaces in the middle of the neighborhood. So more variety over size.
Right. So that's all. It's been a while since I was a kid, but I kind of like a place to do things that weren't too far from home. So I would second, if we could get more kid play space and less of those garden planter boxes, I think that might be better.
Okay, thank you. I do like the Craftsman. I think the architecture is very pleasing in the project. Again, the lift dimensions and the lift maintenance and those sorts of things, that concerns me. It concerns me the possibility of somebody using that as a shelter. Of course, maintenance of the things you hate to get all the way across and all of a sudden find out it's not working. So I echo Councilmember Coomer's concern. With regards to the playground, I really like the natural look to it, the wood components. I don't know if you're looking at those shade sail type of things, some sort of shade over the playground structure because it gets hot out here, and that would certainly help the kids playing out there. I also agree. I'm not really wild about the community garden. I mean, it's a neat idea. But as I started to mention earlier, who gets to grow stuff there? And then who decides what you grow? Who decides who divides up the produce? And then the other thing being the cynic that I am, what about an early harvest where those tomatoes are just about ready and somebody goes in and snaps them all up? So I'm concerned about just how that works, and I agree with a couple of other comments here. Find out what the community would really want, if they want a community garden, or a couple extra tomatoes, or if they would like to have more open space for the children to play in. And again, you could work with staff and finalize the details on that. So it's a great idea. And there were a lot of community gardens that I've worked with, and both here and over in Fremont. But it's kind of a different beast out here in in that community.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, we'd be happy to work with staff on it. I have to say, I mean, it's becoming more of a trend, and we have 2 other communities. They're not built yet, but both of them, well, 2 out of many that we have, but that are on the books that will have community gardens, and I feel like it needs to be managed appropriately by the HOA, because otherwise it might become unsightly and have these other
Right.
challenges that you mentioned. So, again, we're happy to work with staff on that.
Okay.
One other thing is I agree on the lift issue in terms of its reliability. I mean, I ride BART a lot, so I'm not expecting BART to do the maintenance, but it's still going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's something that I had a question for the applicant. And if you think about, I don't know if we could bring it up on a map, but if you think about the grade necessary for a ramp, it's either a lift or a ramp. And the ramp would be so long due to the height of the bridge. I mean, that would be how many houses
Actually, my
long of a lift?
engineer is
over-
here. He might
Yeah, I mean, that's
remember
a
how long it
very,
is.
very long ramp for those heights.
I'll note that
There
Even
are a
if you
number
do, like,
of
double
models
switch-
for that,
Yeah.
but Blackhawk Plaza in Danville,
They have
you'll
the
find a
switchbacks.
switchback, and a single switchback may work for that kind of elevation range, and it could still be an easy enough gradient there.
Yeah, so.
Or even a corkscrew type of arrangement where you just go around. Yeah.
So according to Marshall, it was 240 feet long. You know,
Wow.
because you have to follow a certain grade maximum, and
Sure, if you went
yeah, go ahead. He's my
halfway and switched back, and maybe a third, depending how the elevation is, it could be done.
So how many switchbacks would it require?
Ryan Hansen with Carlson, Barb and Gibson. When we did look at this on both sides, we are on average seeing at least 6 to 7 switchbacks, because you can only gain 2.5 feet for every 30 feet. And so we are constantly switching back in multiple directions. It was north, south, east, and west, just
Wow.
to get that ramp to fit.
And I'll just add, when we did look at the original proposal, the footprint of that, not only is it tall, but the footprint takes up other space that has since been converted to plaza seating area. So there is a trade-off, and we recognize, that.
If you can make the lifts as open air as possible, I don't know with ADA requirements if it has to be a solid wall or if it could be like a mesh, something that you can see through. That might encourage or discourage people from camping out.
We can definitely look at the side materials. I know that it does not have a roof or a top,
Right.
for the reasons that Mayor was asking, in terms of, it's not protecting people from the elements, so that it doesn't get used in a different way that it was intended. But we can certainly look at also the sides, that it's feeling more open air.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further questions?
I didn't know if we had any.
I'm gonna open up a public
Right.
hearing.
Okay. After the public hearing.
Just a quick one for staff, if I could. Are we looking into reducing the speed limit between Bennett and Arroyo Vista, because all those homes are facing the street, and the opportunity for kids and things to be playing out there? I know it's 35 now. Did that come up at all?
So the speed limit's actually 30 miles an hour from Arroyo Vista to almost Bennett Drive, and then as you get further east, it increases. California law requires the speed limit to be set at the speed that 85% of the people are actually driving. So what staff can do after the project's built is resurvey the street when the buffered bike lanes are in and there's more activity, and see if it's appropriate to reduce the speed limit.
Okay, with that, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Do we have any cards? Nope. Okay, no cards. Close the public hearing. Oh, yes.
Can I just, excuse me, say one more thing? I did want to mention about the lifts. So I understand you were asking if we could just build them, and I do want to point out that we have looked into them, and they cost about $45,000 per lift. And this particular product that we're talking about, the flats, happens to be our smallest product type. They're about 1,200 to 1,400 square feet, which means also that they're our lowest price point. And so if we add in a lift as an included feature, it just further increases that that price point of those units. And so for that reason, we would also just encourage the council to keep them as optional. That would be just our request. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I've closed the public hearing. Any further comments?
Yeah, just a quick comment. And to that note, one of the things I was going to mention during this period, the comment portion, is I do realize the more requests for amenities and changes, the higher the home prices. So I'm very much aware of that. Personally, I would have preferred lower densities on the site, but that's not what the neighborhood plan calls for. I am glad to see, though, that it is on the lower end of the density range. I cannot imagine what that site would look like at 18 units an acre. We're at 15 units an acre. The minimum is 14, so I do believe that's a positive. Also, yeah, they meet the requirements for open space and for the parks and other features. So they do meet the minimum requirements for that. I would have liked to seen a bit more open space, maybe a bigger cabana and pool area. But yet again, you either pay for that with higher densities, or you keep the densities lower and then the home prices go up. So they're within all the requirements of the plan. I do have to mention, though, that I like the trail work. Congratulations for getting Zone 7 to agree to some of the requirements along the trail. I think that will be a benefit to the site. So, yeah, if the main motion doesn't include the landscape buffer signs or the elimination of the community garden, I'll make an amending motion.
Do you just want to make the motion?
Oh, I'll wait until.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Any further comments?
No, just wanted to say, I didn't think when I first heard about a 435 unit plan out there was going to be, a lot of things crossed through my mind, and one of them is how we're going to handle traffic out there. But spending some time there over the last couple of weeks and watching traffic go by, I can see that it probably won't be a problem. But what will help that is that you are walking distance to services right across the street. It makes it real simple for people to get to a place that's right close, they're right close to the store. Many services within easy walking distance. And the augmentation to the trail system, add additions to the Iron Horse Trail in particular, because there's also another project proposing additions to the Iron Horse Trail that eventually will get that built and through town where people can ride their bikes safely without going on First Street anymore will be fantastic. The augmented bike lanes on Las Positas Road will be a real plus. So, yeah, I don't see anything that I would consider a fatal flaw. We have a lot of small things that we can tweak a little bit, but nothing that's overall, I really, really enjoy the scope of this project. It's been very nicely put together.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, do you want to take a crack
Sure.
at the motion?
I'll move approval of item 5.02 with the addition of the signage requirement in the landscape buffer along Las Positas Road, the elimination of the community gardens requirement, adding that the space should be an expanded kids' natural play area.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to 5.03. This is the Downtown Infill Incentives Program. A bunch of folks.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Bob Vinn, Assistant City Engineer. This item is on the Downtown Infill Incentives Program. On January 23rd, the City Council asked staff to develop alternatives to incentivize small downtown infill developments. On May 8th, staff returned to the City Council with two proposals. One, to create a downtown infill incentives program for in-lieu parking fee subsidies, and two, to amend the downtown specific plan regarding addition or removal of on-street parking. The City Council directed staff to formalize both recommendations and bring them back for consideration. The Planning Commission reviewed this item on June 30th and unanimously recommended City Council approval. Next slide, please. This slide shows the downtown core area of the downtown specific plan here, shown in yellow. In February, the council adopted the downtown as a city council goal. First Street in the core area has historically been the most public and active place in the downtown. However, some parcels on First Street in the core area are vacant or underdeveloped. These underutilized parcels create gaps in the pedestrian-oriented streetscape. They degrade the pedestrian experience and are lost economic opportunities. Property owners have expressed interest in developing or redeveloping parcels in this area, but have expressed concerns regarding significant financial constraints and obstacles to develop small infill sites. Most notably, the ability for small parcels to meet the required parking on site, requiring them to pay the in-lieu fee. The parking in lieu fee is typically the largest development fee incurred with small downtown developments. If a developer chooses to pay the in lieu fee rather than provide any parking, the fee on a typical project equates to nearly half of a project's total development fees, making small parcel development in the downtown financially challenging. This slide summarizes the recommended downtown infill incentives program. The current parking in lieu fee is $18,500 per parking space. This incentive program would allow a 50% reduction in the in lieu parking fee for up to 7 parking spaces per project for additions and up to 10 parking spaces per project for new buildings. The incentive would be $9,500 per space at the current in lieu parking fee rate. Subsidizing rather than waiving the fee is recommended because the city will need to construct future parking facilities to meet overall downtown parking demand commensurate with the development's parking requirements, which will not be met on site. This program would apply to projects on parcels 25,000 square feet or less, fronting on First Street in the downtown core that meet all the requirements of the downtown specific plan. The Community Development Director would be authorized to confirm eligibility for the program. This would be a 2-year trial program with a general fund allocation to downtown parking projects in the city's capital improvement plan, not to exceed $200,000 over the 2 years. The approved capital improvement plan budget for fiscal years 2017-18 and 2018-19 has more than $200,000 of general funds allocated to downtown parking projects that satisfy the recommended subsidy. This program conforms to AB 562, which requires specific reporting requirements on all economic development subsidies greater than $100,000. The Planning Commission and staff also recommend amending the downtown specific plan to address the creation or removal of new on-street public parking by development projects. This amendment would allow development that creates new on-street public parking to receive credit for each new parking space created. To qualify for this credit, all new on-street parking must remain open for non-exclusive use by the general public at all times. The amendment would also require development to replace eliminated on-street public parking on a one-to-one basis or pay an in lieu fee. In summary, the Downtown Infill Incentives Program and specific plan amendments as proposed require all projects to meet specific plan requirements in order to receive financial assistance. The goal of this incentives program is to achieve many community benefits related to good urban form, economic vitality, and sustainability. This program will promote new development, which will help create continuous storefronts and building frontages. improve the pedestrian experience, eliminate dead space, and reduce vehicular movements across First Street sidewalks. Additionally, new development will also result in increased property tax, sales tax, and downtown vibrancy. And that concludes staff's presentation. Planning Commission and staff recommend the City Council adopt a resolution approving the Downtown Infill Incentives Program for in lieu parking fee subsidies and amend the downtown specific plan to modify on-street parking regulations. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Any cards? No cards. Close the public hearing. Any comments? Any further questions?
I think this is a good idea. Do you know of people or developers that are just waiting for this to occur? Oh, you do. I see Steve shaking his head. Okay. The answer is yes.
Well, I can add to that. It was after meeting with a few downtown business owners and potential business owners about our current parking fee structure that I initially brought this up at the council. It is stopping some projects from going in. So there are areas where people are looking at it saying, how come nothing's being done there? Well, half the fees are the parking fees. There's a pretty interesting book, although I've watched the YouTube video instead of reading the book. It's called The High Cost of Free Parking. We have, it's amazing to hear that we have 8 parking spaces per car in America. That's the average. That can cover the area of West Virginia in nothing but parking. So I think we need to take a good look at what we're doing, because when we have these fees, it's not free parking. Everybody wants that, quote, free spot right in front of the store where they want to go. That cost is transferred somewhere to somebody. And the amount of parking that we require in these spaces, it also pushes buildings further out, and we're starting to use up a lot of our land area just for parking. So getting off the high horse there, I'm very glad that you were able to come up with this 2-year pilot project, and I appreciate all the work that staff has done, and also the Planning Commission on looking at this, and I can see easily moving this forward.
Okay, is that a motion?
So that's a motion. I guess I'm the motion maker tonight for 5.03.
Second. A second.
Second by Councilmember Coomber. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Okay, just a curiosity, how long do we think 5.04 is going to be?
Short.
5 minutes.
However long we ask questions.
Yeah, okay.
You never know.
All right. That's because anyway, people wanted to
make
speak
it
on
an hour.
6.01. So, okay. 5.04, the resolution of necessity.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Thank you very much.
I'm Sherry Sheets, your city engineer. Tonight, we're asking you to conduct a public hearing to consider approving a resolution of necessity so that the city can use its condemnation powers to acquire easements required for the Pleasant View Lane neighborhood. The Pleasant View Lane neighborhood is a county island located along the east side of Arroyo Road between Concannon and Cabernet. In the fall of 2016, in response to several residents and the Alameda County Health Department who had concerns about failing septic systems, council authorized staff to consider annexing or applying for annexation of that area and providing appropriate services, which include both sewer and roadway improvements. The neighborhood then voted in the fall of 2016 to implement an assessment district to help fund those improvements. In order to construct the improvements, the city needs an easement along Pleasant View Lane for both emergency vehicle access and the sewer system. The city hired a right-of-way agent who developed appraisals and then made offers to the affected property owners. 12 of those affected property owners have accepted the offers and provided the easements. There remain 2 owners who have not yet agreed to providing the easements. As I mentioned, the easements are required in order for us to install the improvements. And in order for us to proceed in a timely manner, staff is asking that you consider authorizing the use of condemnation. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, questions for staff? This is a bargain because the county put up $300,000. So that's
350.
350, even better. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. No cards. Close the public hearing. Do you have a motion?
I'll move we accept staff recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Carling, seconded by Councilmember Werner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay, do you want to power on through? You want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to be back here at 9:05 for 6.01, and that's the Civic Center meeting hall. So stretch your legs and come back in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back to the July 24th meeting of the Livermore City Council. We're on to 6.01. This is the discussion regarding the community meeting facility. And with that, we have, and also the Emergency Operations Center. So take it away, staff. We have Sherry Sheets, Michael Harris, and Lance Koontz.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mayor and council members. With me tonight are our Chief of Police, Mike Harris, and Lance Koontz, who's our consultant with Dougherty. Also behind us are Michael Cavallari, our project engineer, and Scott Lee, our project planner. Council is being asked tonight to first approve the final site plan and design for the project, and then secondly, to consider authorizing the project for construction. In March of 2016, the council chose a final schematic design and site plan concept. The site plan and design review project application was developed in May of 2016, and the environmental review was initiated at that time. As part of the CEQA analysis, staff reviewed the facility and determined that all findings for categorical exemption for an infill development could be made, including a determination that it was not a significant historic resource. Because the building was not over 50 years old at the time of the environmental analysis, it did not require a certificate of appropriateness. The design concept was developed into a final design and taken to Planning Commission in June of 2016. The Planning Commission has recommended adoption of the categorical exemption and approval of the site plan and final design to the City Council. Here tonight to present the final design and site plan is Lance from Dougherty.
I'd like to say thank you to Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members for listening to us this evening. So just to start, we'll start with a little bit of recap of the inspiration that we shared back in the schematic design of last year, where council approved the option 1 that we're presenting here tonight. The inspiration board you see in front of you here is taking aspects of the Civic Center campus materiality along with configurations, spatial aspects that you already find in your Civic Center campus. It also talks about winery architecture, which is a big part of the city of Livermore. The natural stones, stacked stone and wood, bringing warmth and character to the architecture of the city. Also, opening inviting spaces plays a key part to civic entities such as a meeting hall, and the overall idea of creating an iconic design to help represent the city and its public. So we'll start with the overall site plan. Of course, the project here is located along South Livermore Ave and Pacific Avenue. And right at the corner of the site is the proposed new public meeting hall building. You have your existing city hall, police station, and library. And one of the beauties of this civic meeting hall and its location is its proximity to the city hall and the use factor of city hall employees being able to easily access it. The second or third slide here, existing project site. So some of the prominent aspects of this, you have a corner presence to the community. It's set in a park-like setting with dense vegetation and trees. In addition, the beauty of this project is there's an existing library building that's no longer being utilized to its capacity. This new design proposes putting the building within the existing footprint that's there, so it helps eliminate disturbing the landscape that's already existing there, but rather we're putting a new building on an existing building pad and then infilling the landscape architecture back into the existing. The other key factor here is the prominence of some of the existing art pieces and landmarks on the site. You have stone sculpture, Art 1. All these elements will remain. There is an existing plaque for high school flagpole and plaque that will be salvaged and stored until a proper home could be found for it. So this slide here, we're showing the context. What does this meeting hall have to talk with on a daily basis, right? So it's tucked into your civic center campus, and you have your city hall to the top here, the police department, and the Livermore Civic Center Library. All three of the buildings talk some of the same materials and architectural language. So the goal was to find a public meeting hall architecture that would help tie into the existing language of the campus. So here we are, we dropped in the new picture, the new rendering for the Civic Center Public Meeting Hall. And it plays off of the low roof lines, the tall columns, the glass, the grand entry invitation to the center. Okay. So this is the new site plan, a little more up close. On here, we're locating the existing art pieces that will remain. Some of the art pieces, there's a plaque that was on a wall that mimicked the old library structures in front of the time capsule. The time capsule will remain in place, but the plaques on that wall are actually being reincorporated into the plaza architecture on the new building. So they are relocated here. So the historic plaques will be integrated into the new building design. And then towards the front, which was something that came out of our going forward to the Public or Planning Commission, they asked for the public art, new public art, to be dressed more to the corner into the public. And so that's where we've located. Just to give you kind of a quick background of the landscape. So the dashed line here is where the existing library building was and its site work. And of course, you can see the new building fits nicely in it, along with the hardscape outdoor plaza. And then we've integrated a new dry riverbed design that helps mitigate storm runoff and captures it down here in the large bowl basin. But it helps integrate itself and give some importance and prominence to the landscape. And here is now in a large floor plan of the new meeting hall center. Some of the quick bullet points here. This new meeting hall, public meeting hall, will accommodate 128 fixed seats for the public to sit and participate. The new seating will be sloped amphitheater, so it helps provide better sight lines for those attending. It'll also be outfitted with the latest in high-tech AV equipment to help support presentations. Perhaps the sound can play on a presentation, or we all don't have to crank our necks over to look at. It'll be straight forward at us with 2 screens and projectors. Follow through with that, if we have a large meeting hall event, to the top we have 2 meeting rooms, which can help function as overflow space for a large community council meeting. Those two rooms also can be, well, it's one large room or it could be two separate rooms with an operable partition. They can be used for, of course, overflow seating. They also could be used for conferences individually or all together, and they can also be used for training. Off of the meeting hall, we have the council's private meeting room with direct access from the dais. This would be the dais, of course, and then we have the staff seating. The dais has the capability to eventually seat 7 members if it grows to that level, or there's other commissions that use the center. They may be 7 staff members and they would be able to sit all there. Of course, the council meeting room also has 2 separate restrooms for when you're broke out into your meetings and you're able to have all the amenities that you need. One of the main features is you have a large lobby that's approximately 12 foot in width that helps funnel people in from the civic center and gather. That gives them a space to gather prior to a meeting or afterwards a meeting. They're all able to gather and talk without interrupting what's going on in the meeting center. Of course, you have, sorry, there you go, I did that. You have your public restrooms to accommodate the population of the building. In addition, we also have 3 different storage zones. This storage zone we'll talk about later, but these 2 cabinets here are there to house chairs and tables for the meeting rooms themselves to allow for all the different configurations that are possible. You have your AV tech room that helps support the meeting chamber itself, but also helps run and take care of AV equipment that are in the meeting rooms. And then you also have a workroom that allows for members to practice or prepare before a meeting. They have a special room that they can be in and then come into the council to present. And then this little space here, just to point out, is a cooling tower chamber. So I'll explain that further as we go through. All right, so this is just a quick diagram showing a section through the council chambers. And you can kind of see the sight line. The dais is back here, and you have the sloped seating ramping down to a pit that's 14 inches down from grade level. Here you have what the lobby looks like. This is actually looking north towards Pacific Avenue, and then a section cut through the meeting room. And then this is Axon bird's eye view looking into what the meeting chambers looks like. And then this is a quick view, just looking through the lobby as if you walked in. You can see the main entry to the meeting chambers itself. This is proposed to be all clad in acoustic wood paneling to help emphasize that that's the important factor of this building and brings its presence to it. These are some snapshots of the meeting rooms. This is the meeting room if it were opened up and served as one big open space. This current configuration is showing it in a training scenario. This is if it were split in half in a training scenario. And again, the same configuration, but looking back towards out to the lobby. So this would be the lobby here. Each of these rooms, of course, are outfitted with projection screens and projectors, which are connected for major events to the council chambers. So if it's serving as overflow, anybody's here in the council chamber would also see that, what's going on in these meeting rooms. This is a snapshot looking at the public meeting hall itself, looking up towards the dais. Again, projection screens on each side. The other benefit is on the dais here. The dais will be outfitted with a monitor so that council members and planning commission members can see what's being projected right in front of them instead of also having to look at a little laptop down in front of them. So they're able to engage the community and the content being presented. All right, so here are the exterior elevation views showing materiality and how it will look. Taking from the Civic Center architectural language of stacked stone, concrete roof slate tiles. We're matching the same color as the city hall itself. This element here is the cooling tower, which is outfitted with a clock on each side of the tower. This mass here is actually where the meeting chambers is. We have clear story windows that run around it. They are provided with roller shades, so in a blackout situation, you activate the roller shades and you can have presentations and not be blinded by the light. So this is from Civic Center South. This elevation here is from South Livermore Avenue looking west. This is where the council room would be right here. And again, these are from Pacific Ave North and from Pacific Ave East cooling tower. This is actually the back entry coming from Pacific Ave where you have the service parking lot. And again, along the lobby at the very height, we've accommodated clear story windows. When we came in schematic design, the clear story windows didn't run all the way around. That was a request of the Planning Commission that we tried to accomplish getting as many clear stories all the way around the lobby perimeter, and which we did achieve. Okay, this here is a diagram indicating or showing the passive cooling measures that this project takes on.
Wait, that shows hot air coming out of the council chamber. Really?
That's from me talking. So with the prevailing wind, you're capturing and scooping the wind into the cooling tower, which is outfitted with a misting ring, which helps cool the air even further, and it drops down the tower out this vent into the lobby. And the goal is this building is outfitted with operable windows in prime locations that helps draw that cool air through. The hot air gets pushed out, the hot air from the council meeting hall out the high windows. It's a very efficient passive cooling measure that has been used in other buildings. In some locations, it's been so good that they actually don't even use the cooling, the misting ring anymore. Just the wind itself has done a good job. So this measure here helped bring the mechanical equipment load down for the project. So to cool a building in Livermore on a hot day would take a lot of equipment, right? So this cooling tower helps flush it out and provides a lower demand on the HVAC equipment. Okay, now we're just thrumming through the renderings. This is the front entry view coming from the Civic Center looking north. This would be the south elevation of the center. The main entry. This is access to meeting rooms where it opens up and people can come out on a patio. Here we have an outdoor patio for gathering, and this would be a window looking into the meeting chambers, or the meeting chambers itself. And this is the back view looking from Pacific Ave, looking south towards the Civic Center. This is the council meeting room, and the back entry, the cooling tower. And then, of course, this is the dry riverbed, and its catch basin here.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance. Also at its March meeting, Council directed staff to return to them with information on the asset management program before Council would consider authorizing the project proceed to construction. In November of 2016, staff presented data on the condition of city buildings. It included the estimated cost of replacement and the prioritization of those facilities. Prioritization was based upon their existing condition as well as how essential the facility was for the to the city's core needs and operations. The results identified the council chambers as the highest ranked facility in terms of replacement need. The existing council chambers is past its useful life. The facility does not provide a good experience for the public, including visually, because the seating is not raked and the presentation screens are partially obscured except from a few choice seats. The facility also does not meet various codes, including ADA, energy codes, and seismic codes. The city has identified over $100 million in asset repair and replacement needs. Although we have not finalized prioritization across asset types, other high priority use of these funds would include storm drain system deficiencies, because although the city included $4 million to repair the damages caused by the last storms, we didn't include funding for upgrading deficient areas. In addition, we have a huge backlog of sidewalk repairs for heavily utilized areas that could need to be rehabilitated. And we also identified several key rehabilitation needs for other buildings, such as the Fire Station number 6 and heavily utilized historic structures such as Ravenswood and Carnegie. The new Civic Center Meeting Hall performs 3 essential city functions. First, it's a public meeting hall. It also has staff meeting rooms, and it also functions as an emergency operations center. The existing council chambers is 2,700 square feet, but we augment that with 500 square feet in the multi-service center when we need overflow capacity. The existing Emergency Operations Center is located at the city's police building and consists of a total of almost 1,100 square feet. The new facility is 6,750 square feet. It can accommodate all of our anticipated needs. The public meeting hall itself will seat 128 people, and the overflow areas include the meeting rooms, which can seat an additional 80 people, as well as the lobby area. Oh, it didn't go. The meeting hall and meeting rooms were sized to accommodate city functions and activities. The meeting hall will be able to serve various boards and commissions: Council, Planning Commission, Historic Preservation Committee, the Arts Commission, the Human Services Commission, the Youth Commission, and specialty commissions that get created like the Downtown Steering Committee. As well as numerous administrative and training functions, such as we hold hiring exams and oral boards in these types of facilities. We do technical certification trainings, department meetings, bargaining unit meetings, block captain and neighborhood group meetings, all related to various city projects and functions. These functions, as shown in green on the calendar, result in council chambers being occupied approximately 80% of the time. The new public meeting hall will allow us to free up the community space identified in the Civic Center Library for non-city use. Those were supposed to be areas used by the public, and we've pretty much dominated their use. The new council chambers, as I mentioned, seats 128 people, which should accommodate about 98% of all of our meetings, and then it has the additional overflow capability within the building itself. Those overflow locations have monitors and audio connections to the main chamber, so people can hear and view what is going on in the chambers. The stadium seating and audiovisual technology provide a much improved audience and public engagement experience. The building will meet all codes, including ADA, seismic, and Title 24 energy. The heating and cooling system will also better acclimate to the actual room activity, so you won't get spurts of cold and heat. It should just automatically adjust. And the public meeting hall will serve, as I mentioned, all the councils, commissions, community meetings, and city staff assemblies, as well as function as our emergency operations center. The meeting rooms can serve several ways. Obviously, as overflow to the council chambers, they have audio-visual connectivity, and they can also perform as an assembly for large classes for training of staff, because they can be opened up to a single room. They can also be used more as a typical training session with city departments and staff. These are the types of sessions that we currently use the community rooms for now, and that would enable us to free those up. And then to talk about our Emergency Operations Center is Chief Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. As you all know, when disasters such as earthquakes, hazardous material spills, floods, major fires, terrorist/shooting incidents, and major traffic incidents occur, they require an emergency response. When an emergency response requires the efforts of multiple city departments and/or multiple government agencies, an emergency operations center should be utilized to coordinate the response and recovery of the event. Currently, the classroom and several interview rooms off of the lobby of the police department double as the city's emergency operations center. Over the next few slides, I want to show you and provide a comparison of our current facility with the proposed EOC within the Civic Center meeting hall. As you see up on the slide, on the left-hand side of the screen here is the police department lobby. These are the front doors here. And as you walk in, there's a kiosk right here. But if you go to your right, this is a couple of doors here, walking. And this is our classroom building, which is currently doubles as our emergency operations center. I know you've all been in that classroom. Across the lobby here are a couple of interview rooms that we use for interviewing witnesses, and they double as part of the EOC currently. Oops. On the right side of the screen, you have the diagram of the new facility, and the areas highlighted in yellow. They cover 4,700 square feet of Civic Center meeting hall space, and they would be able to accommodate a full activation. You can see the difference here. This is 1,095 square feet. And so certainly if in the event of an emergency operations center activation, this space would definitely be limiting and inadequate. In the event of emergency or disaster that requires an EOC activation, there are certain protocols that have been established by the National Incident Management System, otherwise known as NIMS, and they're required by FEMA. One of these protocols involves assigning EOC staff to what they call quote-unquote sections. These sections include at a minimum operations, planning, logistics, and finance and admin. In the existing EOC over here on the left, you can see that there is space for logistics, planning, intel, operations, and races, which is the radio ham operators, in 795 square feet of space. That's the classroom. The management section and the PIO section would utilize those two interview rooms on the other side of the lobby, which together total 300 square feet. So as you can see, there's no room for the finance or admin section here. Staff would have to go across the lobby to communicate with management, PIO, during an emergency operation. The existing EOC has minimal audio-visual equipment. I think that's on the next one. The existing EOC has minimal audio-visual equipment, and the technology is antiquated and does not display live information. Although the current classroom has space for 24 people, it is noisy and the environment is not conducive to efficient operations during an emergency, especially noting that a full contingent for an EOC could reach up to 50 people. It's also important to note that in the event of a prolonged emergency, EOC operations in the current facility would effectively close off the lobby of the police department to the public and conflict with day-to-day police operations. As you can see in this slide, the new facility can easily accommodate a full contingent of EOC staff using the meeting rooms. You see the color coordinated here for logistics, planning and intel, operations. So as you heard earlier, this room can be divided, but it's easily accessible for sharing information. And each EOC section has, like I said, has an area. They're segregated, but they're adjacent to the other key functions, creating an environment conducive to decision making. There are audio-visual enhancements which allow each group to communicate effectively and allow the uploading and sharing of critical information, which includes video monitors, dry boards, projection screens, etc. The new facility also has adequate data and electrical connections to support the needs of the entire EOC. And this concludes my portion of the presentation.
That concludes staff's presentation. Our recommendations, again, are for you to approve the final site plan and design and to authorize the project for construction. We're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Councilmember Werner?
I want to focus on EOC, and something that I think is very important, and I think it's generous for you to be saying we have an existing EOC. I don't think we have one, really. I mean, so I would just point that out. I mean, I'm quite familiar with what a real one is, and I don't think we have one. I think we have some space that's called that, and that's not much more. I mean, would you agree with that?
I do. The building is, what is it, about 25 years old, and at the time that, like I said, it was doubled. So its primary use is for a classroom, and that's what I think it was really designed for. But seeing the potential need, we wanted to have some space available in there. At the time there was some technology and things and cabinets that were installed to make it as effective as possible. But I would agree with you that it's definitely inadequate, and
it just seems to me that you hope you never have to use one, but I mean, they just in this day and age they get activated a lot.
Right.
You never know, and we're just woefully unprepared, I believe, and so this having such a facility, I think, is of critical importance.
Councilmember Carling?
I think I heard this, but just to be sure, we'll go for LEED certification on this building?
It will be LEED certifiable, but so we will do the checklist. We won't actually certify it because there's a big cost associated with certifying.
Okay, but you'll go through the checklist too. Okay, great. The other question I had was for the chief regarding the EOC. You talk about the number of staff. Are these people that are already employed and would be used? I mean, a cynic might say you're inflating it to make sure you get the right square footage that you need, right? So these are people who are already here working.
Yes.
And would be part
yes.
of the...
So every city worker is an emergency service worker, and in a disaster would be probably called in to assist. And so each of those sections I described would have, depending on the level of the emergency, 5 to 10 people assigned to each section potentially. And so they're existing employees. And then depending on the type of emergency, you also have outside agencies, unified command. So For example, representatives from PG&E or ambulance, fire, those types of things that would also, so it very quickly fills up with people involved in managing the emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question?
Your packet actually includes a list of your current EOC members on pages 829 through 833 in your various sections.
Yes, I'm sure that's true.
So, and following up to that question, that's one EOC shift, correct?
Correct.
So as you get the second shift in, you could theoretically be doubling that number of people that need to report, get the orientation from who they're taking over from, and then shift out of the building.
That is correct. It's a 24-hour operation for however long the situation lasts and beyond for recovery.
Yeah, because it's not just, okay, it's over with, now everybody shuts down. People could technically be there for days.
Yes.
And it's, as somebody who has been part of an activated EOC, which just happened to be at 3 o'clock on a Friday, I had nobody willing to come in to relieve me, so I was there until, very late at night. So, it's important that we get that across as well, because it's not just the number of people. There could be not only the other agencies, but the whole shift change thing.
Yes, that's correct.
Councilmember Coomber?
Yeah, just an explanation of how we went around. If the building is indeed 50 years old or close to it, did we come in under the line for declaring it a historical resource that has to go through that process? How do we do that?
So when an application is submitted to the city, we review it against all of the standing requirements and we determine completeness. And when the application was determined complete and then went to Planning Commission, the building was 49 years old. And so it does comply with our requirements. We were not subject
Okay,
to...
that helps me understand how when the clock started ticking. That's a good one. And the other one, the one we hadn't heard mentioned at all yet, from tearing down the old library to the erection of this new structure, costs. We haven't heard a discussion yet on that.
This project is identified in the capital improvement program budget for this for now. The budget shows $7.7 million over the next 2 years to complete design and construct the facility. That includes demolition, obviously, of the existing library. Back in 2014, when we studied, should we utilize the old facility or should we look at building a new facility, it turned out it was over $1 million more to rehab the old facility. And in addition to that, it isn't, in order to make it an emergency operations center, it has to be an essential facility. That requires upgrades to the seismic area of the building, which were the connections to the roof, the connections to the floor. Didn't meet Title 24 standards for energy. Single pane glass had to be upgraded all throughout. Need a new HVAC system. The building itself was oversized for the need of the council chambers, and it wasn't an efficient layout to create an actual chambers area. So based on all of that, council at that time directed staff to go forward with a new building.
Okay, thank you. And finally, about all the glass facings for the proposed building. I don't know why I keep thinking vandalism and stuff like that when you're in a place that's so kind of kept away out of in the shadows a little bit. But what are we using to be able to minimize the cost that might be expected with window replacement? Are we using a regular pane glass or?
There's no graffiti covering on the glass. Glass itself, you can power wash paint off or use chemicals to wash it off. Now, in regards, you're talking about glass, security glass. It's a typical standard 1-inch thermal glazing unit. So it's 2 panes with a 1-inch gap between it. The portions where it would be more exposed to vandalism or there's code requirements for glazing when it's a certain level close to ground. It's required to be tempered or a security or laminated glass. So in those cases, those glazing would be that. of course, there's higher costs associated with that. So as you move up the building, it would go back to normal glazing. But the hope there would be it's out of access from people to vandalize in a sense. Okay.
Okay, the question of cost came up, and you said $7.7 million roughly. Almost $600,000 of that is identified as PEG funds, the public education and government fees that we collect, and that's going to be used for the audiovisual and those sorts of things. As I understand it, PEG fees are specifically only for that use. They cannot be used for any other purpose because of a difference of interpretation of the DIVCA Act. So those can only be used for capital costs. They cannot be used for anything else. And capital for AVA, for
capital
audiovisual.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, actually it's about $7 million, but almost $600,000 is PEG fees that cannot be used for any other purpose.
That's correct.
And as you said, because this is an emergency operations center, it is an essential building, so it has to be built to a higher standard. The lab that I worked in was an essential building, and the steel that went into that thing was nothing short of phenomenal, and the depth that the piers went to was incredible. So it is an essential building made to survive just about any natural disaster that you can come up with. So, and I just like the Vice Mayor, I've been involved in a number of EOC activations. The first one I was involved in was a train derailment that dumped chemicals in and threatened the groundwater, or threatened our drinking water supply. And there were 60 people from 10 different agencies, 24 hours a day for almost a week. It was impressive. We don't have the capability to do anything remotely like that. So, and we'd trained, so we knew what to do. And on that occasion, I actually put in a 40-hour day because there was nobody to relieve me. So, so this $7.1 million that's for and this is the construction, the demolition, and site preparation. So that's not just the building. There's all the other stuff that goes into it as well, in addition to an essential building. Is there just like a big bucket of cash that we're going to be using for this?
So your adopted budget for your capital improvement program identifies essentially certificates of participation as the funding source for this. That is a debt financing tool, and in this particular case, it is actually being programmed from funds that are actually being returned to the city after repayment from private development in another location. That makes the use of these particular funds relatively efficient, so we don't have to go through issuance costs again to utilize these funds. In the case of a certificate of participation, it is required that the city actually pledge an essential facility, slightly different use of that word. It's essential from the perspective of the financing markets. And generally, those are things that government would be seen as loath to actually part with. So things like city buildings on the civic campus would be a very typical essential facility. A fire station, a police station, those sorts of buildings would be considered essential. This building essentially meets that test, not only as the pledged object, but actually one of the other items is the financing documents for both the original use of the funds and the repayment of those funds after their initial use. You have to identify the assets, and the essentially facility that we're talking about this evening was one of those items that was identified in those documents. So it is an eligible use of those funds.
You could not use these certificates of participation to acquire just anything or just for any other.
That's correct.
Routine
They cannot be used for operations. They must be used for a capital facility, and an essential facility has to be pledged against the repayment of that.
Okay. All right. So, short answer: no, we don't have a big bucket of cash, and
we don't have a big bucket of cash.
Okay. Darn. Okay. All right.
No
extra money, right? I pay attention.
A couple other items to add to the conversation. We did receive, I believe, an email and several people have mentioned, no, the only thing that happens around here is earthquakes. You don't really need a big EOC. One of the instances that I was involved with, a driver cut a fuel tanker off at a gas station, severed the main line, and about 30,000 gallons of regular went into the storm drain. So it essentially created a giant pipe bomb throughout the neighborhood. So that's why we had to activate. So it's not just earthquakes. It could be what they're now referring to as human-caused, whatever you want to insert there for the reason. The other, in regards to funding, what's the average increase in the CCI for the San Francisco Bay Area each year? It's around does it follow inflation, or is it usually?
No,
I think it's
usually higher than inflation.
It's usually around 5%.
I was gonna say we're running around 3.5% the last
3.5.
couple of years, but probably
Yeah.
over a 15-year period, it's closer to 5.
Yeah, I've seen it spike 5%, and so that would affect essentially the cost of this building. One of the items that I wanted to point out is, with inflation, the longer we wait, the more expensive a facility like this gets. Also, one of the items that I wanted to point out, FEMA at one point would help fund the construction of an EOC. They would take a building and say, okay, you have the money to build this building. It costs X millions to bring it up to EOC standards. We will give you that grant. If we were to have moved forward on this 5, 6, 7 years ago, that was within the realm of possibility. That is now gone and off the table. So, there is an element of the longer you delay, the more expensive this becomes. I hate to use the example of bringing up BART because I know that makes Councilmember Warner start to twitch, but. And this is an extreme case, I'll admit it, but the parking facility in Dublin, I think that was originally around like 12 million that they delayed on building, and now their cost is up to about 45 million. So as you do delay identified projects, they become more expensive, like everything else.
So one of the interesting things is that most city halls have the council chambers in them. When the decision was made to value engineer the council chambers out of the city hall and ultimately repurpose the library. I think the library was vacated in 2004. Was that made at the same time when the decision was made to value engineer the chamber out of the city hall? Was that in 2004 when they decided to repurpose the library site?
The actual value engineering of the chambers out of the expansion of the city hall happened actually earlier. The city hall expansion was essentially completed in 2000, late 2000. So that happened in the late 90s, and that was a financial constraint. The concept, however, was ultimately that site where the library building is would be reused as a council chamber. So by that time, we knew essentially at that point the library was under construction, and hoped to be able to in the coming couple of years be able to repurpose that building or reuse the site. As you see, it's taken us a little longer than we'd hoped at that time.
Okay, so at least 17 years.
Yes.
The idea has been to repurpose the library site for. At that time, originally it was just the council chambers, but now we've added the emergency operations component just as an economy of scale and greater efficiencies. Okay, very good. Any other questions, comments at this point? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We have Cynthia Patton, Mike Brosius, and Splendorio. Cynthia Patton.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Cynthia Patton. I grew up in Livermore and I moved back in 1993. Throughout my career, I have attended countless public hearings in communities throughout Northern California, and I've probably been in close to every Bay Area City Council chamber. And I have to say, I hate to say this because this is my hometown, but I have to say this is pretty much the worst City Council chamber I've ever been in. Hands down. Nobody else is in a trailer. The City Council chambers may not be the heart of a community, but they are definitely a vital organ like the liver or the lungs. They are essential. This is the place where the city does its business. It's where citizens interact with the council and staff, and the message that we are sending to Livermore residents and everyone else who does business with us is head out back to the shabby, leaky trailer. And I really don't think this is the message we want to be sending to people. The second point I want to make is the difference between wants and needs. And while I might want a really cool new pair of shoes, what I need to do first is pay my electric bill. Modernized city council chambers and an emergency response center, or at least in my opinion, a community need, and a need that's been postponed for 20 or 30, I think, years. There are probably folks here who will disagree with me, but I think we should take care of our needs first and then focus on the wants later. And then quickly, as your newly appointed Poet Laureate, I want to mention that Livermore is sadly lacking in spaces to accommodate literary events. And Ravenswood, which has served as our centerpiece for the Poet Laureate program, has become increasingly difficult to secure for the dates needed to continue our poetry series. So if we lose that venue, this new meeting hall would help fill that void. So I urge you to move forward with this long-delayed project and give Livermore a new set of much-needed lungs so our community can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. Mike Brosius, Splendorio, Don Argula. Splendorio. Oh, Mike Brosius.
I'm going to cede my time tonight.
Are you Mike Brosius?
I'm going to decline to speak tonight.
Okay, thank you. Or not thank you, but just to acknowledge that thank you for coming tonight. Splendorio, Don Argula, Gene King.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff. I'm here on behalf of Innovation Tri-Valley, which it represents the employers and the business community throughout the Tri-Valley. And I am here in support of the Emergency Operations Center. One of our missions at ITV is to improve our infrastructure. It's vital to our economic vitality and to the business community, but also to all the people that live in the Tri-Valley. And an Emergency Operations Center, which we presently do not have, is incredibly important for not only our employers, but also for employees. Whether they get somewhere safe or home, it's important. And I do want to add a story that in my time on LAFCO, infrastructure has always been important to me. And it was impressed upon me about 10 years ago by Alameda Fire Chief Bill McCammon, if some of you may remember him. And he came and he was there urging us to but to support a Joint Powers Authority to create the East Bay, I'm trying to remember the name. I know
East Bay Regional Communications System.
Right. And he told us about how during Loma Prieta or during the Oakland Hills fire, how the first responders communicate with each other, which wasn't well. And that's my fear, is that without the right kind of infrastructure to support our businesses and our folks that live here, we, heaven forbid, have a disaster. But we need something like this. And I don't need to remind you, we are home to 2 national laboratories and to the only airport in this region. This is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Splendorio. Don Argula, Gene King, Jason Bezos.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Marchand and City Council members. I am Dawn Argula, and I'm the CEO for the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber supports the staff recommendation for this project, and it does many things. It completes the Civic Center campus for delivery of key city services and consolidation of key city operations. It replaces an aging 20th century temporary modular building with a new state-of-the-art 21st century facility serving multiple purposes. And quite honestly, it is painful to remain in this facility for long periods of time, as I can attest to leaving with a migraine the other evening after steering committee met. The new project also provides space that will serve as the council chambers for meetings of the city's elected representatives, a building deserving of the rich economic and cultural heritage of a 141-year-old city, and where its elected and appointed officials can conduct the people's business. Finally, we will have a facility that reflects the community which it serves. It will offer a more hospitable setting for city workers and for community stakeholders that visit and conduct business with city leaders. It will also serve as the city's emergency operations center, a critical function of a city of almost 85,000 people and growing, and 2,500 or so businesses that employ tens of thousands of workers. Livermore is on the fringe of Alameda County and its other 13 cities, and if a major emergency occurs, Livermore must have the ability and resources to respond to needs of the city quickly. Lost time increases risks to lives and property. The planned EOC accommodates this critically important function. This project also offers meeting space for the community, a service that is sought by many with few options in the city. And it also reactivates a key corner, Livermore and Pacific Avenues, welcoming visitors to the Civic Center campus. Funding for this project is the highest and best use of public funds, and the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce urges this City Council to approve this project without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean King, Jason Bezos, Darren Bishop.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Gee, I think this building has a lot of neat character. And you keep downgrading it. I keep thinking of all the wonderful things that happened here between city council people being sworn in and urban growth boundaries being done. I don't know, I'm going to miss it actually when it's gone. But anyway, some of my questions have been answered when we came up here, but I do have a couple more things, and I'm really glad to hear you call it the council chamber, not just a meeting room, because that's what it is our city council chamber, and I think it will be really great for the city council to be meeting there. But I do have a question about the size of the city council chamber. It's gone from 98 to 125. I actually, when I looked at the plans, I thought maybe it could open up and so those other two meeting rooms could kind of join in, but I see it can't. But I heard, I couldn't see the map because I was in the back, but I did hear that there will be video so that the people who are overflow can be there. I wish it would open up so not only, it could have been planned so that the people who were in that overflow room could have seen what was going on, not just on the monitors. So I wish that had been changed. Another thing is the parking. I come here quite often to meetings at the library or to events at the library, and the parking at the library is one of my favorite buildings, besides the Bankhead, in the town. And so it is used so much. It is just one of, I think, our glorious things. But when you come to an event sometimes in the evening, the parking for the library goes all the way down to, I've parked in the police parking places, and to the city hall chambers. And so I just wonder if something is going on really here or at the new council chambers, if there really is going to be enough parking in the area there, because you're not going to be able to expand the parking up into where the library parks. And I know there's the parking in the back. So I just want to make sure you really got enough parking so we can have 9 spaces for everybody in Livermore. Okay, and then the other thing that I was interested in was the financing. I don't really understand the financing very well. I know that you talked about a little bit about the COP, and I know you don't want to explain it to me tonight, but do I understand that it's really going to be borrowing, and so the repayment for these comes out of the operating funds, I guess? So anyway, that's all. And anyway, mostly I'm just interested in the amount of space and in the parking. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Jason Bezos, Darren Bishop, Ann Thomas.
Hi, good evening again. I'm opposed to adoption of this project this evening for reasons I stated in a 2-page letter that I submitted earlier today, and I believe the city clerk has provided that to you. I'm concerned that this building is over 50 years old today, and your resolution you have today says resolved by the City Council that the proposed project is categorically exempt from CEQA under Class 32, and that you're making an independent finding. And also, I note in the materials we have the meeting tonight said the Planning Commission merely is making a recommendation to the council that you certify the environmental document. Well, there have been changed conditions. The library is older than 50 years. Currently, so I believe that the Livermore Development Code certificate of appropriateness process needs to be applied under section 9.02. It says a property or structure over 50 years of age shall be presumed to be a potential cultural resource subject to a certificate of appropriateness. It also says in the Livermore Development Code, as I quoted in the letter under section 9.02, it says, quote, a certificate of appropriateness is required for the demolition or removal of any potential resource by the city. Since the building is more than 50 years old, and I provided the materials from the council records from 1966, the very day that you accepted the library, so that's part of the record, your own council records, it shows it's more than 50 years old. So it looks like a certificate of appropriateness is required, and that it should go through the appropriate process of the certificate of appropriateness. It should be removed. This is equivalent if we went up and dug into the ground today and discovered from the old Rodale grounds there layers and layers of creosote that might have been there and said, oh, maybe we need to go do some analysis. This is a changed condition since your planning commission reviewed that, and it is, again, it's a city project, and so you cannot rely also on this exemption that you have, the categorical exemption, because I quote here directly from CEQA guidelines, section 15300.2F, and it says, I quote, historical resources, a categorical exemption shall not be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource, and a demolition would be a substantial adverse change. So what do we need to do? We need to go through the certificate of appropriateness process, which seems it's referred to the Historic Preservation Commission, and go through that process. Now, you're going to find it's possible that, the downtown old library, Carnegie Library is on the National Register. I'm not saying that's eligible for the National Register, but that's what part of that process would do, is to look into that. And there are many people here. I grew up in this town and graduated from the children's to the teens to the adult section of that old library. And a lot of us, it's a significant part of this community, and we think that a certificate of appropriateness, the city needs to follow its own laws. Just as someone walked up here and said, gee, we want to build a new building, but and didn't go through the proper permit process, you need to follow your own laws. Section 9.02 of the Development Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bezos. Darren Bishop and Thomas Alex Shazifi.
Mayor and City Council, thanks for allowing me to speak. I was going to speak in favor of the building, but after that, I'm not sure. I would like to have certain speakers have an even bigger podium to speak from. But I'm an airline pilot, and in my business, we constantly operate under systems that plan for contingencies. My airline has an emergency operations center that is staffed continuously. The airports that we fly into have emergency action plans. All the first responders are highly trained, and they have operation centers. And frankly, tonight, I'm surprised to find out that our operations center is about as nice as this building. So I speak highly in favor of a operations center fitting of a town our size. Our first responders should not have to haul witnesses out of the interview rooms when something bad happens. And if we do have a major earthquake or something, lives will be affected if we don't have an effective operating center. So it really could come down to that. We've been lucky so far, but I speak in favor of it, and the quicker you do it, the better. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. And Thomas Alex Shazifi, George Hastings.
Hi, my name is Ann Thomas. I have the invisible disability of hearing loss, and I wear 2 hearing aids. I'm the president of the Hearing Loss Association of America, the Diablo Valley chapter, and our membership includes Southern Solano County, all of Contra Costa County, and Eastern Alameda County, including Livermore. We've been advocating for mandated, effective, improved communication for people with hearing loss wherever our members live. We're the largest disability group in the United States. It's estimated that you have 18,000 people in Livermore with our disability. It's also the single largest disability of veterans, and if you live long enough, everybody in this room will eventually join our ranks. We would like to participate fully in society, in civic and public life, and thrive just like everybody else. In order to do this, we need appropriate assistive listening systems and devices. The choice of assistive listening system is imperative to our ability to be able to understand the spoken language. Assistive listening systems are commonly called ALSs, and the ALS of choice for people with hearing aids who are self-identified with hearing loss is a hearing loop. I would like to let you know why some of the reasons a hearing loop is so important to us. First of all, they're unobtrusive. In our society today, we have a huge stigma about disability in general, and specifically hearing loss. No one wants to acknowledge they have a hearing loss. So with the hearing loop, you walk into the room, I have a T-coil in my hearing aid, I put the program on my hearing aid, I'm set to go. They usually provide clean, clear sound. If they're professionally installed and calibrated, they're always on and they always work. This is in contrast to radio frequency and infrared systems, which are frequently unsatisfactory solutions. I've never used a radio frequency FM or infrared system that didn't have continuous problems. Everyone needs a receiver to connect to the system. So every single person who walked in here who had a hearing loss, somebody would have to be here to distribute devices to them. You don't have that with hearing loops. The incidence of dead batteries is astronomical. I can't tell you how many times I've called ahead, made sure they had an appropriate system. They told me, because I know about this battery issue, asked them to make sure to check the batteries. I sit down on my seat, the batteries don't work, or in the middle of the presentation, the battery dies, which means then I'm done for the whole rest of the event. With an FM system, the channel of the FM and the channel of the receiver need to be on the same channel, and FM systems can have multiple channels all the time. The receivers and the transmitter get disconnected from the channels, so they're not on the right channel, so I can't understand the presentation once again. Another issue with an infrared system is that it's line of sight, which means that if somebody stands up in front of me in the middle of a presentation, when that person stands up, that interrupts the infrared signal that's being sent and disconnects the potential for conversation for me taking place while that person stood up. So you're waiting for the point that somebody is trying to make, or this Civic Center is going to hold other events other than City Hall meetings. So here this is presentation, you're waiting for the major point of the presentation. Somebody stood up in front of you, and so you missed the whole point. For both an infrared system and an FM system, the maintenance, the distribution of devices, the staff training is considerably more extensive to administer than having a hearing loop. And so I hope that you do the right thing in picking what assistive listening system you're going to use in the new building. Your constituency will thank you, and you will be very happy to use it one day too.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I'll ask about that later. So Alex Shazifi, George Hastings, Jim Schmidt.
City Council members, Mayor Marchand, my name is Alex Shazifi. I live 2575 Vintage Lane. I'm also chairman of Airport Commission, and I'm here to talk about value of planning, probably something you already know. When you deal with emergencies, hope is not a strategy. And in my military experience, things that were not planned often resulted in lost lives. I was a member of Israeli Defense Force, and I was on a planning team of Entebbe Rescue Mission in 1976. And the planning lasted 1 week, mission lasted 55 minutes. And it was one of the most successful rescue missions in military history. Our city needs a proper planning and operations center to deal with natural and man-made emergencies like 9/11 or something of that sort. And hopefully it will never be used, but city needs to be prepared. And I agree with the previous presenters, including the chief, that we need a proper center for operations and planning. I'm also a pilot, and when I fly over open water, I don't plan ditching the plane, but I'm prepared. I got a raft and I wear a life vest, and I'm prepared for any emergency. And so whatever is planned to deal with local, regional emergency, Livermore will need to have this facility in our city. And I think the old library location is the right place for it. It sits right next to the police headquarters and the city council, and city hall. When you consider the effect upon the life of a resident in case of natural or any other kind of disaster, the rational decision is to approve this construction. And one more thing, this city deserves a better facility for our people. That's all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shazifi. George Hastings, Jim Schmidt, Martin Plone.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I am 100% in favor of the project. I am hearing impaired, and referencing the architectural specs in the documents here, it refers regarding ALS assisted listening system. We have RF wireless receiver belt packs, earpieces, and neck loops, which are in compliance with Title 24 CBC 2013, California Building Code. These are in the meeting hall and the meeting rooms. By code, we need quantity of receivers to be 4% of the occupancy of the space. In the meeting hall, we have 6 receivers. In each of the meeting rooms, we have 2 receivers. The feeds to these devices are always active. When a person requests a device, they simply need to turn it on and the earpieces in your ears. For the people with T-coil hearing aids, instead of earpieces, they use a neck loop, which they put around their neck, which transfers audio to their hearing aid. Training for using the ALS receivers is reasonably a non-issue, as you simply need to turn on the devices. Training of the overall AV system will be provided by the AV contractor when the system is complete. There are different technologies for implementing ALS, IR, RF, Wi-Fi, and induction loop. It is not necessary to use an induction loop for providing ALS systems. It is only one way to do it. As it turns out, it is the most expensive. This is this person's opinion. My opinion and Ann's opinion are the hearing loop is the ideal way to go. The devices that you pick up from somebody who has to know that they're operating, the batteries are running, batteries are good, they don't cut off in the middle, all that has to be done. You have to put it in your ear. So after I come to tonight's meeting, it'll be put back on the shelf. Whether it's clean or not, we don't know. And so somebody else puts it in. So I totally have experience with both RF and the induction loop. I installed the induction loop at University of California Learning Center at UCSF, and it was very, 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 very good. So I would recommend that in this process that you reevaluate the RF process that is in the documents and really consider the induction loop, because that is the way to go. It's I just turn it on my, when I come into a room that's on the induction loop, I just turn on that part of the hearing aid, and it works very well. So get on with the project, include the induction loop. Thank you.
Mr. Hastings, thank you. Jim Schmidt, Martin Plone, Terry McCune.
Good evening, Mayor Marchant and council members. I agree with just about everything that's been said, so I'm going to mercifully shorten my talk. In summary, after years of waiting, Livermore deserves a council chamber meeting hall in line with other Tri-Valley cities. I've actually coined a phrase that could be useful. Any city in earthquake country without a strong emergency center is on shaky ground. I do want to make a couple of useful comments, though, and maybe challenge Sherry and some of the other engineers a bit. We've heard a couple speakers talk about sound, which is important. I'd like to talk a little bit about the site. We know it's pretty poor for a lot of people to see it here, but I've heard it's a lot worse on Channel 29. And I'm not blaming them, I'm blaming the technology. And just as a matter of thinking, I'm not really proficient in this field, but if you have a computer that sends a signal to a projector, why can't that same signal go to that camera and project it on the TV screen at home, just as you would project it on here. Sounds simple, but I'll bet someone can do it. So what I'm hoping with this new facility, you'll think of not only the people that come to council meetings, but also the people out there watching TV if you really want to connect with this community. What I've noticed in recent years, and I don't have to say it, but more and more people have a projection. And if you can't see it, it really takes away a lot. So thanks, and build it.
Mr. Schmidt, thank you. And by the way, I sit on the TV30 board, so I will take your concerns to them, and we'll see if we can advance the technology. Thank you. Martin Plone, Terry McCune, and Niall Runge.
Mayor Marchand and council members, I'm very excited that you're going to have this project approved, and I'm here tonight along with several members of the Rotary Club of Livermore to lobby for the council chambers to be named in honor of former Mayor John Shirley. John Shirley has been such a tremendous asset to this community. He was a planning commissioner in the 50s. In the 60s, he was a council member, and he was mayor for 2 years. But beside that, his record in World War II is legendary. He landed at Anzio and carried a rifle all the way through Italy and France. There are towns and parks and streets in France named after him. The things that he's done for Livermore, some of you may not be aware of. He was chairman of the fundraising committee to build Valley Memorial Hospital. He was chairman of the underpass project on Livermore Avenue, P Street, and Marietta Boulevard. He was a founding member of the Livermore Valley Opera and was president for many years. But the thing that he really did for Livermore, he was Livermore's first veterinarian. And that, while he came here in 1954, for 14 years, he was the only veterinarian in Livermore. And besides serving on the council and being mayor, he had to run and operate a very busy veterinary practice. He had to take large animal calls at night. At 2 in the morning, go out and do a cesarean on some cow and raise 5 kids. He's an amazing man. He's 92 years old now, or he will be in a couple months. And it would be such an honor to have the council chambers be known as the Dr. John B. Shirley Council Chambers. Thank you.
Very, very cool idea. Thank you. Terry McCune, Niall Runge, Chester Moore.
Mr. Mayor, fellow city council members, and staff. First of all, I'd like to second my neighbor Marty's motion there. I think that would be outstanding if we named the new council chambers after John Shirley. He's a good man. Actually, though, I'm going to be a contrarian tonight, and I'm actually speaking out in favor of exploring some of our existing facilities. Now, I'd like to come out and say that I'm definitely not against the EOC, and I think it's very important. But I'm just wondering if we have any existing facilities that could support the EOC. I know that, I believe, don't we have a vacant firehouse on College? Don't we, I believe?
It's a county facility.
It's a county facility. Yeah. Okay. Well, perhaps that sort of thing is what I would be looking for. I know that you were kind enough, Mayor Marchand, to respond to an inquiry that I made on Nextdoor regarding the Bankhead Theater for the council chambers. I mean, you know, I've been to more than one city council meeting here where I've been the guy standing out there, and it's no fun. You can't hear. You know, you gotta look. You got to sit on this side of the room to see the presentation. I mean, it's tough. Bankhead Theater, we own it. We're making payments on it. It seats 500 people. You're not going to have that problem. It has excellent acoustics, and it would not take very much at all to set that up for city council meetings. I think that if we were to do that, I know that Mayor Marchand, you made the point of 120 days a year, I believe is the number you said, is what they would be forfeiting in performances or use. But what I would say to that is, I believe what we could do is we could keep a lot of the existing functions in this very building right here, and have council meetings at the Bankhead Theater, and explore options for an EOC. And that's going to cost some money. The EOC is going to cost some money no matter what we do. But I think by the time we get done building these new centers, or the council chambers, or EOC combined, whatever you want to call it, if you add in a 20% cost overrun, which is customary if you're going to remodel your house, now you're looking at, what, $9.2 million? So we don't have a bucket of cash. And I think you said it best. So I think, in the words of Bob Dylan, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. So I'm going to.
Thank you, Mr. McCune.
That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Niall Runge, Chester Moore, Richard Dietz.
Good evening, our council. I'm speaking for Bruce Shore, who could not be here. He wanted to speak to you, but he's in Germany. So he asked me if I would speak for him. So he says, let me explain why I think we need a new city council chamber. And what I understand is needed to achieve that. I hope I can convince you of the desirability of this. The city council will tonight have the opportunity to order the removal of the abandoned, unusable old library building and replace it with a civic center meeting facility that combines new city council chamber, an emergency operations center, and a meeting room where the great number of our various city commissions can meet to conduct their business. Plans for this center have been in the hands of the city council for many months, and they're available for public scrutiny. Let me tell you why we need a new council chamber here in Livermore. For some 30 years now, our city council has been meeting here in increasingly dilapidated portable housing units down the street from the scenically quaint and only slightly more dilapidated gathering place known as the Barn. During the last year, I have attended and spoken at meetings in the present chambers, and I have been struck by how poorly served our community is by this important venue for the public to meet our elected government and see them in action. Nowadays, we expect to be treated to PowerPoint presentations at any gathering and to have proceedings video recorded. You would be astonished to see how poorly prepared our present chamber is for even the most rudimentary visual presentations. This room, used for many other meetings where citizens and city staff work together on the various commissions, from housing to beautification, to deal with the governance of Livermore, some 80% of the days this building is in use. It is very definitely not just for 2 nights a month when the city council meets that this room is used. These are the buildings where we, the public, get to watch our most basic elements of our government, the hearings and voting that determine the future of Livermore. Our city of Livermore deserves better. And then on a side comment, Livermore has recently been reorganized by Smart Asset as number 4 on the list of top 10 places to raise a family in California, ahead of number 5, Pleasanton. I think one of the reasons we have such a fine community is because our elected and appointed administrators have very clearly adopted the Rotary motto of service above self and are genuinely interested in the concerns of our citizens. Particularly, the members of our city council are committed to determining the will of the people and acting on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Runge. Chester Moore, Richard Dietz, Nancy Bankhead. Mr. Moore? I saw Chester here a little bit ago.
Hard to tell. We can't see the whole audience without the ranked seating.
Ooh. Okay, let's go with Richard Dietz, Nancy Bankhead. Mr. Dietz.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. The city staff and the Planning Commission and the Chief of Police have provided us with detailed justifications for the proposed Livermore Civic Center Meeting Hall. Serving as council chamber, public meeting hall, and emergency operations center, the Livermore Civic Center Meeting Hall will alleviate numerous current problems. The current council chambers and public meeting facility on Pacific Avenue does not meet various current codes, including seismic, building, ADA, and energy codes. The city's existing emergency operating center in the Livermore Police Station is also antiquated in terms of technology and grossly substandard in size, which compromises the city's ability to be fully functional in a major emergency such as earthquake or terrorism. The EOC is responsible not only for assembling and directing local government response, but also for communicating with all other levels of government, private sector, and both the public at large and the public at risk. The city of Sierra Madre has stated that 80% of their population was directly or indirectly affected by the 1991 Sierra Madre earthquake. San Bernardino authorities reported that masses of citizens were affected by the 2015 terrorist attack. In the city of Dublin, where they had a home invasion robbery in which the homeowner was tied with ropes, the city had to hold two different public meetings, one after the other, in a city hall much larger than this one, and in order to allay the public fears and allow the police to do their work. The concern regarding a major emergency has prompted Congressman Eric Swalwell to request $500,000 in federal funds towards a new emergency operations center at the Lawrence Livermore National Lab. City and defense contractors nationwide are grappling with this issue. I support the design and construction of the Livermore Civic Center Meeting Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. Nancy Bankhead, and another call out for Chester Moore. Ms. Bankhead.
Hello, I'm Nancy Bankhead. I would love a place where I could see the screen from the back of the room. Are the chairs 30 years old too?
We may have upgraded those.
They're pretty hard, so new chairs would be great too. The one reason I heard that you guys don't want to use the Bankhead is if staff, God forbid, forgot to bring a paper down to the Bankhead, they'd have to have somebody drive back and get it. But if it's here, all they got to do is run back, and they can run, I know. So that was one of the reasons they didn't want to use the Bankhead. But I have a but. I'm against stacked stone. It's not something from Livermore's history. Our history is bricks. I have a big history in the bricks. And if it was not stacked stone, could it be the yellow bricks that Livermore has and is famous for? Just that one thing would make it more Livermore to me than stacked stone, because we didn't have any quarries here. We have creek rock that people did stuff with, but not stacked stone. That's my thing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bankhead. And Chester Moore going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, that's it. Thank you for all of your comments. Certainly appreciate everyone coming out and providing those comments. I'm going to bring it back to the council. Comments from the council. Councilmember Warner.
Yeah, I have a few comments. I'll be quick. I'm of all the things we do here, I mean, this is pretty impressive in terms of the public comment on this and alignment. I mean, this is, so I'm impressed that so many people came out and supported this, because I think it's a good project. And the thing that really drives me is the EOC and just feeling so like we need it. We're so vulnerable without it. The other thing I would say, though, I'm also paying attention to the, our poet who was saying you could use it for other events. So along those lines, I'd like to suggest that the staff tables and the lectern be removable for that. And I understand that would be possible, having talked with staff early. So I would like to make that suggestion so that the council chamber part could be more flexible in its use. So I'd like to suggest that. Probably I'm not that far away from needing the hearing loop type stuff. So I would ask that we really make sure we understand what all the alternative technologies are and enable that. That seemed to be a reasonable request by people. I think what Mr. Schmidt said, we should be able to get the signal into the TV pretty simply. I don't see that's a big problem, so we ought to make sure we can do that. And I'm really, knowing John Shirley, I really think that's a wonderful idea, so I support that as well.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with the comments of Councilmember Warner. I've always thought of this as not a single issue. It's a combination of issues. The need to demolish the current library, or the old library, not the current one. That one's great.
Yeah.
A little bit of a slip there. It's after 10:30. Who knows what's going to happen? All right. We also have the need to demolish this building. It's not seismically safe. You can't really upgrade it. It's kind of sort of fallen apart. Everybody stated the overflow issues, the lack of adequate presentation tools. It's interesting. I had the thought that frequent users of this building, we're kind of numb to the condition. We're just used to it. It's like almost like we need an intervention from somebody to come in and say, you really don't have it well here. And I am attached to this building. I agree with Ms. King. There's been a lot of great moments in this chambers. My first public meeting ever was here as a staff member with Wheels. They threw me to the wolves when they were discussing North Livermore, and all the other people at Wheels, they went to a conference, so they took the new planner and said, go, just don't worry, you'll be fine. And so I wasn't really fine. I wasn't prepared at all. But if the wood paneling could talk. But I've had a few people who have showed up to council meetings for the very first time, and one of them said something that really struck a chord with me. He said, you guys almost seem like you're discouraging public participation in that room. And I never thought of it that way, of somebody brand new coming in, because, it's a very interesting angle sitting up here. When the presentation pops up, I see the whole audience kind of lean that way and shift to try and get the angle. And then I see that the half of the audience just give up on this side at a certain point because you just can't see the presentations. I can't see the audience. I mean, earlier when we had all the developers get up and leave, it was like, bam, there's Scott Kittison. I was like, hey, Scott's here tonight. So, it is important that we do see who's here, and I do pay attention to the nodding heads and kind of the whole audience feel. I mean, that's part of the public participation, and I can't see anybody. So, it really is, it's just not as functional as those of us who have been involved with it for so long feel. The EOC other locations, I do believe we looked at every single city-owned building for the potential for an EOC, and it would require blowing out walls and installing new infrastructure. So that just makes it just not really cost-effective. In addition, you do need the EOC located near your other city facilities. One of the things that we don't have to install in this EOC is showers and kitchens, because we have them here on site. And, it sounds a little nitpicky. And again, it's one of those items where they all kind of combine into one logical sense to build something like this. You just don't, you have a lot of staff travel time then if you're at an off-site location. It's not just forgetting things, it's everybody driving and more trips. May seem trivial. Again, it's adding to everything. We just don't have, some of the meeting space required for some meetings. Our city is the host for the Tri-Valley Transportation Committee for the next 2 years. We meet at the LAFTA facility because we just don't have ample space for 15 people in a kind of conference room setting. So I think the John Shirley idea is wonderful. I think Shirley Hall has a kind of sort of a ring to it, but it doesn't really matter as long as his name is associated with the building somehow. Just the stories whenever I run into Mr. Shirley, right, he would mention the annual sewer overflow that we had in town before he got involved with modernizing our sewers. I mean, really dealing with the sewer overflow every year. He says, yeah, we just kind of dealt with it. So he's seen it all, and I really respect his contributions to the city and just to our country in general with his service. So I could see definitely naming the new facility after John Shirley. Other than that, I think we're in a good spot now. I think we've discussed this into the ground and provided all of our reasons. Again, it's not, to me, it's not just a council chambers. If we had these other facilities and functions throughout the city, I can see us continuing to kind of tough it out in here, but we just don't have those other needs addressed. So I could see supporting this project.
Councilmember Carling.
Sure. I want to thank all of you for sticking around and providing the feedback. It's always very important to me, and I think to my colleagues as well. Like some of my other colleagues up here, I've spent time in EOC at Sandia, and that was a whole lot better than what we have today. I did, being new on the council and having heard about the potential of a new meeting hall, back during the last fall during the election process, I wasn't too sure what side of the fence I was on. So I have spent some time trying to educate myself on what we euphemistically call the current EOC, as well as the financing. And I'm satisfied that we desperately need the EOC, and I understand the financing. Ms. King brought up the parking. I thought I had read something about parking in the report, but we got, over 1,100 pages of stuff, and I couldn't. Was there something about parking in there? And it seemed to be adequate. Am I wrong or right about that?
Yeah, so the concept of actually having a campus is to have parking to deal with the fact that your different uses peak at different moments. While it is theoretically possible to have a huge meeting at the exact same moment that you have every employee on campus, at exactly the same moment that you have a huge library program, that's not what you build for. You build for basically typical use patterns, and those three different uses peak differently. So the main lot out in front actually is seen as more than adequate. In the very unusual event, you do have sort of ample street parking as well, because essentially you only have essentially about 40 spaces right now dedicated to the chambers. There'd be far more than that in the combination City Hall lot, and you have the adjacent Pacific Avenue parking that would deal with.
Well, that's what I thought. I just couldn't find it flipping through my iPad up here in the last few minutes because it's getting later and later. And I started the day out in Washington, D.C., so anyway, that's my problem, not yours.
Thank you.
I think it's a great project, and I'm very supportive, and it's time we get on with it.
Councilmember Coomer.
Well, this comes with a very short story that I have to tell. I have backpacking friends from all over the world, but I have a couple in the United States that I'm friends with. A guy in Indiana, a friend of mine who is a city councilman in his town in Indiana. And so when he came out here, I have an open invitation to all these people to come. I'll show them Livermore. You want to come out here and hike around or whatever. And so we drove around after dinner, and I just showed him our beautiful new library and City Hall and police department. And he got to asking me, he said, well, where do you have a place for your council meetings? And so I drove him past this place, and he didn't believe me. And when I got elected, within a day or two on social media, said, you were on a campaign to work there? And then that was his only comment. He was born in New Jersey, so that explains a little bit of it. But I am very comfortable with the financing aspect of it, which is my biggest problem with it to begin with. The current EOC is inadequate if we do have a real problem. You've got 50 people running in every different direction at once, and that's how that works over there. So to get something that's going to be a little better put together and can handle more people will be fantastic. The ADA problems of the building, I won't even go into too much detail about that, but suffice to say that the ramp out front is great training. And I'm all for it. I think as time has come finally, I think that we have to, the cost that it could be if we decide on this 2 years from now is going to dwarf what we've got right now. So I'm pleased to go on with the cost estimate we have going in there too. So thank you. I'm all for it. And I'm also for the John Shirley idea, the gentleman who never forgets my name.
Okay. There have been a lot of people who have talked about other alternatives, and the acoustics in the Bankhead are absolutely wonderful, going from the stage to the audience, and from personal experience, going from the audience to the stage is not so good. It's not made to go down; it's made to go up. So it didn't work very well. The fact that to have the Bankhead take over the purpose of this building, we use this building about 120 nights a year, and I think that Scott might have some problem if we took over 120 performance nights and also 80% of the days we took over the lobby. I also love the John Shirley chamber, council chambers. I think that works. What he's contributed to the community. Someone mentioned the Oakland firestorm and the reason that it didn't work. 3 friends of mine were ham operators, and the only way that they were able to move thousands of firefighters around the hills was during that 24 hours. 3 friends of mine had handheld Citizen Band radios that they moved everybody. They were awake for 24 hours, moving the firefighters around because they didn't have an appropriate facility and an appropriate communication system. We now have that today. Gina Bonanno on the Planning Commission mentioned, hey, you know what? If we had a nicer building here, maybe we could get more public participation. And I agree with that. The hearing loop, that's a real interesting concept. And I think there must be some way that we can work, finagle some PEG funds on that, because it does deal with audio, visual, and communication. So since that's what PEG funds are all about, and PEG funds can only be used for capital, I think that maybe we could find a connection to make that work. And if we do move on this, I'd like to move before the trailer qualifies for historic review. And, I got to thinking about my first experience with local government. And every Saturday we would go to the Hayward Library. And it was right across the street from the Hayward City Hall, this wonderful Art Deco building. And my dad used to work there. And I remember going into this building and seeing the polished wood banisters going up the stairs, and then the council chambers. And I remember being in awe that this is where the city's work is done. And just thinking that the council's going to come in big robes and the funny hats and everything. But I was in awe that these are the chambers in which the city's business is done. And then I thought about how most of the children in Livermore are exposed to local government. And after making a significant commitment of time for the summer reading program, they at their library, our beautiful library, they come walking down past the Sam Richardson sculpture here, make the turn, come up the temporary wooden steps, past the plywood ramp, and meet the council in a trailer, a 30-year-old trailer. That's their first vision of local politics. And that is not inspiring. And we need to be able to inspire people and to have a committed facility, we're committed to public safety. I mean, the number one priority in our budget is public safety, police and fire. And this is an opportunity that we have tonight to demonstrate that that continues to be our main priority. And to have a facility, as Dr. Carling knows, I mean, you've got to have that, and you got to be able to train there. And this is an opportunity for us to solidify that commitment to our community, that we are committed to public safety and communicating with our public to be able to get our message across to the public. So with that, I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
Sure. Can I make a comment?
Oh, certainly. And I support the Dr. Shirley council chambers.
So unfortunately, our bylaws do not allow for the city manager to make a motion. As somebody who has been the longest suffering staff member and also the person responsible for these trailers, he can't make the motion. But I would like to suggest that the longest suffering member up here make the motion.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I move that we adopt staff recommendation to demolish the current library, the old library, excuse me, the old library. It's getting late, people. To demolish the old library, to move ahead with the design and finalizing the plans with the suggestion of exploring a movable staff table, and we already have a movable podium, so that we have that incorporated to allow greater flexibility in the space, so that we can have poetry readings or other events on the floor area, and that we explore the use of PEG funds for the hearing loop, and that there was one other thing I'm missing. Oh, I already said the John, and we named the council chambers after Dr. John Shirley. We have a thing about buildings, but named the council chambers after John Shirley to recognize the decades the generations of commitment that he has had to this community, and ongoing commitment. So with that, I will make that motion.
I'll second it as the second longest one here.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call for the question. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. And we can applaud on that one. Thank you very much. We got 5 minutes to get through the host community impact fees. I don't necessarily want to have everybody come back here to do that, but let's see if we can get through this fairly quickly. Host community impact fees.
Honorable Mayor.
Thank you again, all of you, for coming tonight. Thank you ever so much. Greatly appreciate your comments.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, this evening you have before you a proposed change to the host community impact fee policy. The city has an existing host community impact fee policy. The purpose of that policy is to provide clear direction on how the HCIF will be used. From that perspective, the current policy essentially acknowledges the fiscal agreement between the city and the county, which govern how those funds are transmitted from the county to the city, and then also how the city utilizes those funds. Those funds are currently dedicated toward the debt service and maintenance of the Bankhead facility. The city actually owns that facility, and the city issued certificates of participation in the amount of $9.38 million in an acquisition in a multi-party agreement ultimately to bring the Bankhead Theater into public ownership to provide it so that it could be a community asset. The policy actually directs that funds first be used for debt service and then be used for any required maintenance of systems which the building owner, which is the city, is required to maintain. And those generally are the major systems of the exterior of the building that are included in that. What actually is very clear in that policy is if there aren't enough funds to provide those two different functions, that the city's general fund is required to step in and pay essentially those bills. The flip side, however, is not determined in the policy, which is if at the end of the financing period, which is 22 years, essentially from now until 2039, what happens if at the end of that period of time there are funds remaining? Staff's estimates actually don't lead us to believe that there will be funds, but if indeed interest rates remain below their historic averages over the entire period of time, and maintenance costs run significantly less than typical estimates of a building of that kind would require, there may be funds left. Or the third possibility is if the landfills actually take in far more trash than we estimate they will, except our recent estimates have actually been pretty much on target on those. The policy tonight actually would dedicate any remaining funds to create an endowment for the Bankhead Theater so that there would not be any question about that. The city is already limited from using those funds for any other purpose than essentially the arts in downtown Livermore. This would be a further clarification of the policy to note that these funds would be set aside for the Bankhead facility for an endowment if you ultimately adopt this. With that, staff's available for any questions.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Carling?
Yeah, so to be clear, we're talking about any money that's left after 22 years.
That is correct. In the intervening time, your policy requires that you set aside those funds in a reserve. And that reserve is first to protect against interest rate changes and second against maintenance needs and protects the general fund during the period that the certificate of participation is outstanding.
Why are we worried about this now?
We are worried about this because the council actually had a matters initiated where you had us return essentially with a policy proposal that would clarify what might happen in the long term with those funds. You are not required to take action on that, but it would be a policy statement that would clarify what the ultimate purpose of those funds would be.
I actually brought this up as a matters initiated. And one of the concerns that I had
right, I know that, but I thought I didn't know it was 22 years from now.
Oh, no, actually, but see, the reason I feel it's important now is as we begin our public outreach, when we're talking about the downtown, there's some misunderstanding about the HCIF and the use of the HCIF for other capital projects.
Sure, I appreciate that, but I thought it was on an annual basis, not 22 years from now.
Well, you're right, but see, there are proposals to use HCIF now on capital projects rather than holding that off until 20 years down the road. So my concern is if there's a proposal to spend HCIF on current capital projects, that reduces the possibility of setting up that endowment later on down the road. So that's why I brought it, because as we begin the outreach program, I don't want people to misunderstand that there's millions of dollars out there that aren't already accounted for. Sure. Yeah, so that's why I thought it was important to make the policy statement now before we begin the outreach. All right. No questions? Okay. Okay, moving on. I've got, okay, it's 11 o'clock, folks. Do we want to slog through this? Okay, very good. Okay, so with that, I have 10 cards here. So the standard is 3 minutes, but if you can be briefer than that, it would be appreciated by everybody else in the audience. Jason Bezos, Paul Brown, Scott Kennison.
Good evening. Good evening. I had the same question. Why make the decision now if it's something can happen in 2039? And I'd also like to, as part of this, I have a concern of the close relationship that the city and political organizations have with the Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center. I'm particularly concerned, and that's why as part of this process with discussing how the city's involved, this is not any regular 501c3 nonprofit organization. It's a close relationship between the city and this organization. And that's why I was a little bit troubled as I went through the campaign finance reports for last year that we had a board member, Councilmember Bob Carling was a board member, and there's apparently a print shop that's operated out of LVPAC. It does not advertise to the public. The public cannot walk in and use the print services, and apparently he as a board member was using this print shop, and that just seems to me that that's a violation of what a 501c3. They're not supposed to be involved in candidate elections at all, and especially given this close relationship with the city being the landlord. I don't know if the city actually owns the printer or the other things. I'm concerned about that. But I do think that the error needs to be cleared about that, because it makes it seem as if this organization has a close relationship with the city, was trying to intervene in our council elections, the council elections here in Livermore last year, because again, a 501c3 cannot be involved in political candidate campaigns, and particularly when a board member is involved. And also, as I understand, the print shop doesn't advertise, it does provide services to certain, I guess you could say, preferred nonprofits here in Livermore. You can't go in as a private citizen and do it. But again, it seems like there's this odd relationship. And again, with the LVPAC as a close relationship with Friends of Livermore, Political Action Committee, almost seems like, anyway, there's a close interrelationship, again, tied up with the city, and also with the Livermore Community Group, or Vibrant Livermore, has, again, some of the same people, almost like an interlocking directorate. And again, it just seems like the boundary lines are blurred between what is a public function, what's a private function, equipment being used for political purposes. So I really want clarification on the print operation there, of whether the city owns the printer. It seems in some level as if there was a subsidy being provided, and it's very un-American, actually illegal for this to be happening. So again, I'd appreciate if we can get into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bezos. Paul Brown, Scott Kennison, Jay Davis.
Honorable Mayor and council members, in my 49 years living in Livermore, I've seen a lot of positive things happening in our town. A premier development has been the Bankhead Theater. The Bankhead has provided a tremendous venue for cultural activities and has indeed made Livermore the center of such activities in the Tri-Valley area and beyond. 3 years ago, I joined the Friends of the Bankhead in Bothwell, FOB, when it became apparent that the Bankhead was experiencing serious financial difficulties and was in danger of going under. FOB joined other parts of our community to seek ways to keep the Bankhead alive, and the community was successful. The city of Livermore, under the leadership of you, the city council, was able to work with other agencies and the bank holding the Bankhead's $9 million mortgage to secure an agreement to pay off that mortgage. The loan money was earmarked to come from what is officially called the HCIF fees from the Altamont and Vasco landfills. I continue to be impressed myself that money from garbage dumps is being used to support the arts. But remember, this is Livermore, a city that innovates. We have heard recent suggestions from some members of the Downtown Development Steering Committee that there are excess funds from the HCIF fees that could be used to build a new performing arts venue and conference center in the downtown development. Even if such excess funds were to exist, this would be a bad move. We have all seen very uncertain financial times. The fact that the interest rate on the Bankhead loan is variable contributes to any uncertainties for the future. We strongly recommend that HCIF money continue to be used solely, along with any excesses, to pay off the Bankhead loan and support other expenses that arise at the theater. Accordingly, we support the resolution to this effect that has been recommended by the city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Scott Kennison, Jay Davis, Jim Schmidt.
Mayor Marchand, City Council, staff. Scott Kennison, I'm the Executive Director at Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center. We own the printer. We provide service to resident companies as well as anyone in the public. So if you want to come by, we can print things for you. Everyone at Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center appreciates the city's participation in the buyout through the loan being paid back with the HCIF funds. Along with the County of Alameda and the Bank of New York Mellon's financial commitment, the bank had survived. Thank you to the members of the community, past, present, and future. We have been disciplined and have funded a capital reserve with the state settlement money and are planning an operating reserve. I believe we are being good stewards of this responsibility and hope we can continue. I understand that the HCIF funds may or may not completely cover the city's obligations for the debt service and for maintenance of the building. That is an unknown, and I appreciate that it may take 22, I thought it was 24, but 22 years to become clear. We are working very hard to figure a way forward. Being a nonprofit and having experience being in a nonprofit for many years, we're always living on the edge, unfortunately. We are planning to commission a study to get a deeper understanding of the implications of pulling back on some of the free community programming that we support without adequate income. These include Evenings on the Green, Art Walk, the December Free Family Concert, our educational programs, the Bothwell Art Center, and the subsidies we provide to our 7 resident companies through reduced rent. These are all part of our mission to be the heart of a vibrant cultural arts community. It would break my heart to have to end any of these programs. We hope that the city will work with us to find creative ways to continue to keep the arts vibrant in Livermore. The value the Bankhead and Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center are to the economic and cultural health of the community is clear. I think we can all agree the city would be a very different place if the Bankhead wasn't there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennison. Jay Davis, Jim Schmidt, Linda Tinney.
I have to put these on, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the staff, I have simply 3 short points to make on this subject. First, let me commend the staff and the council for what I think is a very clear and simple resolution to preserve the HCIF funds and to periodically assess their adequacy. In particular, it's not adequate merely to service the Bankhead debt, but to build and preserve an ample reserve for maintenance. In the military world I spent a lot of time in, this function is mundanely known as roads and commodes. But it's not that simple for the Bankhead, and so I use that metaphor for a simple reason. As Engineer Sheets will well know, the Bankhead is similar to the library and the community center. It's a unique structure with unique systems, and that it unfortunately resembles some of the things I built at the lab over 31 years. Its needs and maintenance and replenishment are not going to be easily predicted on a simple per square foot or per kilowatt hour basis. Very conservative planning and a large reserve are going to be essential to have the funds to keep the Bankhead's needs from making demands on the city's general funds, which was part of the bargain going forward. Finally, maintaining a prudent and visible maintenance reserve are both steps that I think are essential to honoring the bargain with the citizenry and with the donors, on whom both attendance and financial support rely. Breaking that implicit contract would have very negative impacts on public attitude and on the fundraising capability of the Bankhead operation itself. Again, I would commend you for this resolution and encourage your commitment to it and the financial prudence that have served this city so well during the past decade. My only wish, I think, is that you would clarify clearly that this really is something to be examined at 22-year intervals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Jim Schmidt, Linda Tinney, Kathy Streeter.
I want to speak briefly good evening, Mayor Marchant and council and staff. I do want to speak briefly that there is a website associated with the downtown project that suggests that a portion of the host fees could be diverted to a proposed performing arts venue next to the Bankhead Theater. The figures they show is that the Bankhead debt is $8 million, but they completely ignore the interest expense over the next 20 years. And by comparing that to the roughly $17 million of income, it looks like there's a surplus. So that is, I think, partly what brought this up tonight. So what we're asking for is to dedicate these funds clearly to the Bankhead, not to any performing arts theater. I want to spend just a little bit of time to comment on the difficulties involved. I guess I didn't mention at the beginning, but I'm speaking for both the Friends of the Bankhead and Bothwell that I'm a member of, and also the president of Livermore Valley Opera. Livermore Valley Opera is proud to perform at the wonderful Bankhead Theater. After the gala opening in 2007, we were the first organization to perform at the Bankhead. That first production cost $43,000 for us to do. Flash forward 11 years to now, we now spend $150,000 for each opera. And I must say that the Bankhead fees, as I'll explain, are the biggest single accelerator of that cost. Some people actually think that as a resident company, we are allowed to perform free at the Bankhead. That's not the fact. I'm sure it will surprise some of you council to know that it costs Livermore Valley Opera over $40,000 in theater rental and fees to rehearse and perform 4 nights at the opera. Now, this year we'll perform 10 nights and it'll cost about $100,000 of fees paid to the Bankhead. Now, I hasten to say that LVO, with a lot of effort, is raising the money and we're doing well. But please keep sending donations. And also, I want to make it very, very clear that we value the Bankhead. We work with them as a partner, and I have no reason to think the Bankhead charges are unfair. We know the Bankhead has heavy expenses, and they work hard to break even, just as LVO does. So we're both in this together. However, the idea of another theater right next to the Bankhead, drawing off attendance from both LVO and the Bankhead, is threatening. In addition, another theater would be one more organization competing with all the other fine nonprofit organizations in Livermore for coveted donations. So we urge you to approve the staff recommendation and dedicate the host impact fees to the Bankhead Theater.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Linda Tinney, Kathy Streeter, and Beth Wilson.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, staff, and hello, council members. I'm going to read Kathy Streeter's letter first because she's in Ashland, and hers is longer than mine. The Friends of the Bankhead in Bothwell was formed in 2014. The members of the Friends of the Bankhead in Bothwell pledged to work collaboratively with the city government, downtown merchants, LVPAC, and the entire Livermore community to support the Bankhead Theater and Bothwell Arts Center at a time when their very existence was in financial peril. Tonight, FOB wishes to again stand up for the Bankhead in Bothwell. A lease between the City of Livermore and LVPAC was signed after an agreement was reached between the City of Livermore, the County of Alameda, LVPAC, and the debt holding bank that resulted in financial contributions from the interested parties and a loan to the city for $9 million to pay off the existing mortgage over a 22-year period. The HCIF cash flow was pledged to cover those loan payments. No City of Livermore general funds were used for this transaction. In the lease, the city is the owner of the Bankhead and LVPAC manages it. The city retains the responsibility for maintenance and or replacement of the roof, HVAC, and other major systems of the Bankhead. It is critical to note that the loan carries a floating interest rate, and the best guesstimate of the debt service over the 22-year term is close to $17.8 million, compared to revenue over the same period of time of $18.1 million, leaving a possible reserve of only $300,000 that may or may not materialize. The idea that any of these funds are available for any other purpose than debt service and property maintenance of the Bankhead Theater is financially irresponsible. Any disruption to the full report of the HCIF funds for the Bankhead mortgage and maintenance would endanger the future of the Bankhead Theater and most certainly undermine donor confidence. The policy proposed and recommended by city staff is prudent and is designed to ensure our community's goal for long-term success and sustainability of the Bankhead Theater. The Friends of the Bankhead in Bothwell urge the City Council to accept the city staff recommendation and pass this resolution. That was Kathy. This is me. So my name is Linda Tinney. I've been a resident of Livermore for 45 years, and I consider myself a newbie. I am a member of FOB, and I completely support Kathy Streeter's letter. I'm a regular annual donor to LVPAC and to many of the resident companies performing in the Bankhead. I'm also president of the Livermore Amador Symphony Association, so I have a vested interest in the success of the Bankhead Theater. I support the city's proposal to ensure its long-term survival. I believe it would be reckless and ill-advised not to adopt this policy. That's not my, oh, sorry. It's prudent to maintain the HCIF funds pledged to service the Bankhead Theater loan, not only for the loan payments, which have a variable interest rate and therefore may increase in the future, but for all unknown and future needs that may arise. We should wisely manage those reserve monies for maintaining the Bankhead. We already have so much invested here that it would be a huge mistake not to ensure its continued success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tinney. Beth Wilson and Alan Frank.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Marchand and the City Council members and staff. I am Beth Wilson. I want to give my support to the update to the Host Community Impact Fee Reserve Policy. I'm a member of the Livermore Amador Symphony, which is a resident company of the Bankhead, as well as being a donor to Bankhead education, programming, and a supporter of the opera and Del Valle Fine Arts concerts. As such, I have a real interest in the well-being of the Bankhead Theater. The updated policy clarifies the city's obligations to keep the costs for the theater structure and maintenance on a sound basis. City staff has worked on this document and recommends approval, and that also makes this an excellent move. In my 10 years' experience on the LARPD board, I've found that adequate ongoing funds for structures and their maintenance, as well as sound staff input, are vital to maintaining agency assets. I urge the council to approve this update to the HCIF reserve policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And finally, Alan Frank.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm a founder of the Opera Company and a member of the Symphony, and 25 years ago, I was a member of the ad hoc committee which resulted in the development of the Bankhead Theater. I'm here to support the staff recommendation. There has been public discussion of using some of the HCIF funds for new endeavors. In my mind, this represents a long-term threat to the viability of both the Bankhead Theater and the city's credit standing. The claim that there are excess funds cannot be determined at this time. This might only occur in the unlikely event that interest rates remain low and stable over the remaining lifetime of the variable interest debt. In fact, interest rates are currently rising. Though I support certain proposals for the future of the city, I think it is imperative that funding for such projects must be from reliable and unencumbered sources, not sources committed to another purpose. Overcommitment of funding resources in a variable economy has been a significant factor in municipal bankruptcies. Rejecting this policy will be viewed as the city reneging on its commitments. Overcommitment of HCIF funds could, in the future, jeopardize both the viability of the theater and the credit standing of the city. Rejection of this policy would be a repudiation of the sound fiscal management and will make it more difficult to fund all city projects going forward. Therefore, I urge the council to adopt this policy.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. That's the last of our cards. Thank you very much for hanging on tonight. I do appreciate that and appreciate your comments. We'll close the comment period and bring it back to the council. What's the sense of the council? Councilmember Warner?
Well, again, I'm shocked. Everybody was for this. I mean, there were two that kind of abstained, didn't say one way or another, but I don't know what's happened tonight, but with all the comments. But anyway, I think fundamentally, I was in the middle of all the throes of trying to, deal with the funding issues with the Bankhead a few years ago, and I think this is just absolutely the most prudent thing to do. I mean, I've got a lot of financial background, but we just making it real clear that this is what we're about, I think is good, independent of anything else. And second of all, We're about to do outreach, and I think having, misleading information out there is not helpful. So I think on the second point, this is a useful thing to do now.
Any other comment? Councilmember Coomber?
When you have something that works and you have the bankhead just getting ahead of breaking even, let's keep it as it is. You don't need to rattle the cage there and start promoting using excess money as a term that doesn't go around very often in our house. So it's like, I don't know, it means there's a little spending on the credit card left or something like that. It's not excess funding. So this is, I want to see the bankhead more secure as we keep forward. So the more we can do to secure that position, and this policy helps do just that.
My feeling is we.
Okay,
Vice Mayor?
You kind of went. Wait, no. So my question for staff. So this policy is basically non-binding in the sense that we could change it at any time. I mean, it's not an ordinance that's being voted on by the people. Any future council can change this. We can change our minds. So does passing this preserve our credit rating? Does it? I mean, if we don't pass this, what are the consequences, if any?
What you're doing is you're making a policy statement. So with you're being clear about what your intention is, and intentions do matter. I wouldn't go so far as to say it would affect your credit rating one way or the other on that, but it's quite clear you are sending a signal about what your direction is on the use of those funds. The other thing it does is if a future council did wish to change that, they would need to come out into public and actually do that in public. So that is the one thing that having the policy give a clear statement would do, is if there was a change to that, that couldn't be something that council could give direction to in private or that staff could do on their own.
Well, yeah, normally we don't give direction in private because it takes three of us, and we don't do that privately. But I just want everybody to be clear that by passing a council policy, we could change it not the next meeting, unless three of us nod our heads at matters initiated and decide to change it. So this doesn't really set in stone anything. It's just it's reaffirming our intentions to begin with. I also want to thank staff for the history and the background on the HCIF. That was very helpful. So what does disturb me a little bit is I just don't want to see people playing politics with policy. So because a group put something up on their website, now we're passing policy to counter that. I mean, what they put up on their website may not even be, what's fiscally available or even possible. So I do have a bit of a problem with kind of a knee-jerk reaction. Let's pass policy because we didn't like something that somebody put up on a website that may not even be feasible or practical. But with that said, again, it can be changed at a future council meeting. So it's kind of, I'm all over the place with this. It's past 11 o'clock. So I just don't, it's kind of what Councilmember Carling was saying earlier. Well, what's the point? Something 22 years down the road, it is our intention to use this to support the bankhead, and it may not. It's a policy statement for an issue that may or may not exist or may not happen 22 years down the road. So, I don't know, for whatever that's worth.
Well, and that's the feeling. That's why all the more reason that we should not spend or borrow HCIF funds for anything else other than the bankhead. I think all of us here are committed that the bankhead is a jewel in this community. And we do not want to do anything that is going to jeopardize the long-term sustainability of the bankhead. And I think by sending a clear message that the HCIF is only for the bankhead. That's what we're committed to. We're committed to the long-term sustainability and survivability of the bankhead. And we do not believe that those funds should be siphoned off for any other purpose. And I think with the council saying that, as we go into this public outreach program over the next few months on the downtown, I think that sends a very clear signal that the Bankhead Theater, it continues to be a top priority.
Oh, sure, and I do believe that the Bankhead's a top priority, and using HCIF funds, that's what it's dedicated for. So that's great. I'm uneasy with some of the political undertones. Just people not liking something put up on a website. So let's pass some policy.
Okay, then. With that, any further comments or discussion? I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
I'll move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Okay, Councilmember Carling makes the motion. Councilmember Warner seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you all very much. Greatly appreciate it. I don't think we're going to do matters initiated or any. Okay. We have one desperate matters initiated. Okay.
Well, we have one desperate person for some matters initiated.
Okay.
So can I do that?
Okay, we're not going to do campaign reform tonight. Okay.
No.
Okay, so Mr. City Attorney, can we go through matters?
Your rules say that after 11 o'clock, you're not to take up any new items that haven't been started prior to that time, but you also have the opportunity to suspend those rules as the council.
Okay. Shall we suspend those rules for until 11:30?
Sure, I have a
nods?
couple
Okay.
quick items.
So we got a couple nods here. All right.
And I could do a couple
5
quick
nods.
items
Okay.
very fast.
Councilmember Warner.
Okay, real quick. We've got the meeting coming up on the 7th, and there are just a couple of items there that I'd like to request that staff be prepared to, give us some draft thoughts. The first one is, I do believe that we need to enunciate basic principles for this outreach. I mean, we just had a minor, a discussion on one of them, but I think that more fundamentally, because of the controversies we've had in the past and people misinterpreting things and people not actually being able to let go of some stuff, I'm suggesting that we articulate a few things. So, for instance, that as we go through this process in the downtown, we'll keep the city financially sound, that there will be at least as much parking as there is now, that we will have a significant amount of usable open space, that we're committed to that we're going to adequately handle the services to the existing businesses, that, for the garbage and deliveries, that we will be very cognizant of the appropriate massing, and we're not going to overshadow First Street businesses. So those are just examples, but I think we should go through that. We should have that list, because I just don't think we need the amount of disinformation that otherwise would occur. So that was the first one, that we just articulate. We have a draft set, and we can talk about it on the 7th.
Okay.
Is that good?
I'm good with that. Everybody-
Okay, and the second one is, we were good with that. And the second one is that explicitly, has come up in the Downtown Steering Committee, but that we really get some clarity on the rules for engagement during this outreach, and who provides what materials. How do we really encourage outreach and discourage advocacy, and various things like that. So, should speakers in these local meetings, do they need to identify what locale, not their specific address, but at least what sector of Livermore they're coming from? So there's a set of things that I think we need to at least say these are the rules that we expect, and go from there. So that's the second item. We have a draft set of those rules as well.
Works for me.
Draft set. Okay.
Right. And
Yeah, just a couple quick items. One, a proclamation suggestion. Asbury United Methodist is celebrating 150 years in town, and they're very active in the community, so that'd be great to get them a proclamation. The other, I've brought this up before, and I think it's prudent at this time to bring it up again, exploring software similar to Peak Democracy, which is an online version of the 3-minute comment period. In particular, with downtown coming up, we could talk about the comments that have been received online, but you heard it tonight, people commenting about conversations that are happening on Nextdoor. I have no ability to see those conversations being in North Livermore. My neighborhood is separated by that 6 or 580 line. So I can't read any of those comments online. I think a software that we can direct people to, such as Peak Democracy, would really help out. So at a future council meeting, hopefully maybe the next one, maybe not the special meeting, but shortly thereafter, we look at some type of software to help organize the comments and everything coming in. We recently received all the council comments about the downtown. I guess somebody on Nextdoor posted, hey, contact your council members about what's going on in downtown. I would like a more organized way, and I know we have the website for specifically for the community group and what's happening with the downtown outreach, but my experience with software similar to Peak Democracy, it's huge in terms of getting community input. So I know we've discussed it before, but I'd like to go into detail about what it would take to get that up and running.
Okay, and the proclamation for Asbury is in the works.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's in the works. Anything else? Okay. We got three. Okay, real quick. Leander Howery's last Airport Commission meeting was July 17th. He brought in the FBO, the new LEDs, and a new administration. He worked for the city for 19 years. I'd just like to recognize the great contributions that Leander made for the airport. And if you have not yet seen Cyrano de Bergerac at Wente on Tesla, it is fantastic. So with that, meeting adjourned.